Four Nations face-off continues with a huge win by the U.S. over Finland last night, a 6-1 defeat. The U.S. put together a line of Jack Eichel centering the Tkachuk brothers, Matthew and Brady, and both Tkachuk brothers scoring 2 goals on the night. 2 goals for Matthew Tkachuk, 2 goals for Brady Tkachuk, and the U.S. wins by a final of 6-1. There will be a big day of games tomorrow in the Four Nations. Sweden and Finland in the afternoon, and then at 8 o'clock, just after 8 o'clock at night, the U.S. and Canada from Bell Center in Montreal. That game tomorrow night will be national TV, ABC, at 8 o'clock. To football, Aaron Rodgers informed of his release yesterday by the New York Jets. They are officially breaking that relationship up, and so the Jets will need a quarterback. Rodgers has been rumored to go maybe to Pittsburgh and a couple of other teams. We'll see what kind of market he has. The Steelers were in the trade rumors yesterday as well. There was a report about the Steelers reaching out to the Jaguars about quarterback Trevor Lawrence, although a couple of the national guys then put out that the Steelers were denying that they had called Jacksonville about Trevor Lawrence, who has a huge contract kicking in this year with the Jacksonville Jaguars. Micah Parsons yesterday, without a contract extension, says there is a plan in place, but does not know how everything's going to play out regarding his extension with the Cowboys. He also did not rule out holding out if it comes to that. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Kick off 2025 with a new Chevy from Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of business.
In Canada, who, when we were doing the sports jersey Saturday stuff through the pandemic and all that, I was stockpiling and adding to all my jerseys. I have a South Korean baseball team.
Okay.
Don't forget that. I bought a Borussia Dortmund jersey along the way, and he gave me this as a gift.
That's a sweet one.
It's pretty sweet. And as soon as I had the thought to wear this today, I couldn't get it out of my mind. I'm digging through my closet. It's got to be in here somewhere.
Is that game authentic over there?
Nah.
We got kind of like the basketball material, it looks like a little bit. Maybe that was normal back then.
I don't know how authentic it is.
You know, like, when it's got like the little holes in it, like
sure.
along the way. Yeah,
it does feel like a material that in 1980 you would have played.
That's
a game
what I mean.
in.
I wonder if they wore that.
Yeah, your shorts might have been made out of this. It's not exactly like the most. I don't know if it's sweat wicks. You know?
Yeah, no.
Was wicking even a word in 1980? Is a legitimate question. Yeah.
It's possible, knowing the way things work, that it was a word. It just meant something completely different.
I feel like sweat wicking is something that a Nike executive came up with in 1998. Like, you know what we'll do? Guys, it'll wick the sweat.
Yeah.
Okay, whatever you say, man.
The origins of sweat wicking. How far could they possibly go back? Moisture wicking fabrics originated in the late 1980s. That doesn't mean though they were called sweat wicking in the 1980s.
They didn't know what to call it.
Yeah. Under Armour believed to be the first to mass market it though in 1996. So we're talking later than 1980.
Yeah. All right. There you go.
Sure.
So then this is not that wasn't even invented.
Yeah.
This is like pre-lockout. It's a term pre-sweat wicking. And maybe I'll sweat in here today. I mean, I also have a Team USA golf shirt on underneath this.
You can get these Hasek check jerseys, by the way, but they are not cheap.
No?
No. Well, like minimum $300.
Okay.
I guess maybe that's not that much more than what's a normal jersey now cost, $200. You're just going a little bit above that.
You know what? I bought a Sabres goat head last week. And just a blank one.
Last week?
Yeah, last week. I bought a Sabre. My son and I went to the game on Friday, the Rob Ray night.
Okay.
And, you know, the kids are, as they grow, we have old hand-me-down jerseys. And we have some slug stuff that's in kid sizes from hand-me-downs. We have some black and red, but we didn't have a honest-to-goodness, either adult or child, new version of the goat head. And
the old school, the old school.
Yeah, like it was. Again, material matters here. The new jersey, if you buy a Fanatics jersey, a Fanatics goat head, it is. Fanatics takes their shots, of course, but I think it's a pretty.
They've been okay with the NHL, but do you know why they've been okay with the NHL?
Is it because they screwed up the Major League Baseball one so bad, or what?
Well, maybe that too, but they just bought the factory from Adidas and kept all the workers.
Okay, well,
so they basically just took everything Adidas was doing and they just slapped their own logo on it.
Fine,
yeah.
Because the black and red, the goat head logo that I bought was not that expensive. I was expecting it to be more, and B, it is comfortable to wear. It's, half the reason I bought a new one for me and one for him. We got matching goat heads that my wife can wear, my daughters can wear, and kind of like family goat heads is what I sold my wife on this.
Family goat heads.
I text her a picture. I'm like, I got us family goat heads for the future. And they're comfy. Part of the reason I had to get one is because my old goat head that I have, which is a Tim Connolly wearing number
18?
Yes.
You wore 18 before they retired Danny Gare's
I have
number.
A Tim Connolly 18 goat head.
Yeah, I've seen that.
But putting that thing on is like putting a cardboard box onto your body because it just fits like that. And the logo itself is peeling off because they weren't stitched on when you bought them. They were kind of glued on.
Yeah.
And I put it on before the game and thought, I don't want to do this anymore. I want to get a new one, a sleek one, a fresh one.
Yep.
So we ended up getting goat heads that night. And now I got that for the next time I go to a Sabres game and they're wearing the goat heads.
The next jersey, because I've got, you guys got me the Affinaganoff red and black jersey, which I love, and that's my go-to. I feel like I've got every jersey I would want now, except, like, there's one era of Sabres hockey I don't have a uniform from. I don't own a Slug jersey.
Really?
And I do feel the want for one just to have in the arsenal somewhere, but, like, I do know like who I would get a Briere Slug jersey if I could do it, even though it was only 1 year of that. It would be Briere. Never owned a Briere jersey. He was everybody's favorite back then. Everyone loved him. I loved him. Don't have it. That's not as easily attainable though. Obviously,
yeah.
You need to find someone that's like already got that, or is already selling that.
I had, and I want to say I have, but it's the kind of thing where I haven't seen it in a long time. Had a Drury Slug jersey.
Okay,
definitely did have that. And I don't know. Again, all my jerseys are in the same spot, and I haven't dug them all out since 2020 when we were doing every Saturday. I'd wake up and put on a jersey that I owned and tweet a picture of Sports Jersey Saturday.
Yeah.
That's how I knew what day it was. Before the day of the week clock was me wearing a jersey on a Saturday. But I don't know where that is. Do you have the Sabres' 40th anniversary jersey?
No, I don't have that.
I have that.
I guess that would be another one I don't have.
That's the one I wear the most when I go to a game.
Yeah?
If it's a blue and gold day at the arena, I wear the 40th anniversary, which is like the buffalo in that different kind of font, And it's my favorite jersey that they've ever worn, maybe.
It's beautiful.
It's absolutely incredible. Don't have a name on that one either. So
that's one they really could bring back very easily.
I mean, they definitely should. It's absolutely gorgeous.
They wore it for 1 year, 2 years maybe at most. Like, they didn't wear it very long.
No, it was just supposed to be a commemorative jersey. It was kind of like the white Winter Classic jersey that they wore, with the white with the gold stitching for 1 year in the 50th anniversary year.
Yes, with the gold buffalo.
I have that one too.
Okay,
I have the 50th. I
forgot about that one too. That's a good one.
I feel like that was
Those
limited.
jerseys were worn 11 years apart, by the way. Nitpicky, whatever. It still annoys me that they celebrated it in the wrong year, but whatever.
But yeah, I have the white saber with the gold kind of piping or trim, whatever, which is also beautiful.
Yeah.
So yeah, I dug it.
I like the Mike Ramsey one though. I'm really like I want to drive back home and get my Miller jersey now. I can't believe I didn't think to do that. Tomorrow's the biggest. I've been waiting 10 years for this tournament and this game tomorrow night. Like, I cannot wait for this game tomorrow night. I feel like the first two games has fired me up even more because everyone's hitting everybody in this thing. It is playoff.
It really is.
I mean, Yoki Haru better count his blessings for not getting sandwiched by both Kachucks last night. Did you see that moment on the who's doing play-by-play yesterday?
It's Bob Wischusen, I believe, last night.
Okay, Yoki Haru was coming up to the red line. He's trying to get there to dump the puck in so it's not icing, and both Kachucks are out on the ice, and he's just trying to get to the red line so he can dump it in. And Brady's coming from behind him, and Matthew's coming from in front of him, and he gets to the red line, and as he clears it in, both guys are converging on him, and Bob goes, "Look out!" Like here comes the train, and he's super lucky, I think, that Matthew pulled up because he could have been destroyed last night.
If you didn't see the game, an appropriate headline is the Kachucks bodied Finland.
Yeah,
the Kachuk brothers ran through Finland, the entire nation. Yeah, the whole nation. Everybody wakes up this morning like, "Man, what was that?" Oh, it was the Kachucks. Yeah. Oh man, that was intense. A line with Jack Eichel and the Kachucks.
Oh, it was pretty sweet. I'm not gonna lie.
I will stand and salute.
Yeah, it was pretty awesome.
It was something else. It was also fun how, whatever, like you said, it ends up being a crooked score, but Team USA, it was a real hockey game. Like what we are seeing is real, honest, prideful hockey. It's best on best, prideful hockey in a mini tournament, which. If I would want to take this another direction, by the way, good morning, Jeremy and Joe, give us a ring if you want. This is kind of proof that you don't need a lot of history and you don't need a huge reason to have athletes play. Like, what are we playing for? You're playing for pride.
Yeah, because you're playing for a trophy that they just got invented. They just built like a month ago.
Just got invented. Yeah. You're playing for pride. Cool. What's the trophy? Here it is. You're playing for Team USA. All right, I'm in 100%. And these guys are going to the wall. And maybe owners are worried about injuries, whatever. But it is it's best on best, and it's complete buy-in, which is awesome. So
the talent is really off the charts. Like,
yes, it is.
It is. You see the speed at which some of these guys are moving all the time. I kind of forgot. Like, I still watch him enough and would have seen him in the playoffs, but man. It is still. I almost forgot how good Eichel is. Watching him last night, he is like the defensive stuff. Even like he is flying around the offensive zone. The Finns are trying to get it out of their own end, and he is just hounding them boards to boards. It takes him like two strides to go from one end of the ice to the other. Like horizontally to take it away from a defenseman. He's back. He's like stealing pucks from guys. Maybe he was good defensively here. Maybe that's the element of his game that's grown the most since he's left. Because that dude, it looks like, at least last night, and I know there are numbers that back this up from what he's become in Vegas. Like that dude looks like a Selke guy now.
First time I ever saw him mentioned as a Selke guy was in a Kruger year. Before he gets hurt. I think it was Michael Blake McCurdy or one of the fancy stats guys was basically saying the numbers on Eichel defensively are of a Selke player. And the idea was he can do what you ask him to do. Just put him into structure and he'll do what you want him to do and be elite at it. Because what do they want him to do here? Be a scorer, drive the team, drive everything, drive the power play. I
think though on this it's one game, but I think he's going to be asked to play the other team's best line though too.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah,
like a lot against Barkov. Like I bet he's going to play against McDavid tomorrow night.
Yep,
we'll see.
And tomorrow night's going to be electric.
Oh, I can't wait.
Canada will be more rested, but whatever.
Oh, the rest factor.
All right. They'll be more rested because the U.S. played last night. So U.S., Canada,
Yeah, that's right.
Sweden and Finland, that's tomorrow. The Four Nations is underway, and it has been just absolutely tremendous.
Also, how about Henry Jokiharju opening the scoring? What would the odds have been on him to be the first goal scorer of the game? Because I got that like plus 5,000.
I was just thinking plus 6,000.
Maybe
seems
more
like a
than
good
that?
one. Yeah.
So good for him. They didn't score another one, though.
The U.S. wins, and we're getting a lot of things on display that are good for hockey, including, sorry if you've heard this before, the 3-2-1 point system. Hey, look at that. It's very, very simple. 2 teams won. 4 teams played. 4 teams played. 2 games were completed. 1 team won by 1,000,000. They got 3 points. Another team won once a bonus 3-on-3 session was introduced to determine a winner. That team got 2 points. The team that lost the bonus session got 1 point, and the team that got throttled got 0.
Yeah.
Are you not entertained? I feel like, I'm glad you are. Is this it? That's the entire 3-2-1 point system argument has been distilled down to 2 nights. You saw it. Gary Bettman, NHL. What on earth would you possibly be waiting for? It feels like the kind of thing that, of course, I yell about all the time.
Yeah.
And once they did it, you wouldn't even really notice it outside of being invested in, hey, listen, they're up 3-2 with 3 minutes left. If they close the door, they get 3. That team that's down a goal, pushing even harder, it becomes important to protect that lead because if you give it up, well, now you could only get 2 points because you took the game to overtime. No more complaining. People would never complain about loser points ever again, even though the loser point's not a thing to complain about. They would never complain about it again because every point would be earned.
Is the only reason they're not going to do it because of the historical reason that it'll make things historically different?
Who knows? It's
kind of I hate that as a reason in any sport tradition, whatever. Like, is the old if something makes sense, but that's the only reason we're not doing it, that would annoy me. But I wonder if that is what the main reason is that they just wouldn't even consider it. Because
it might be. What did football do about that? They added a 17th game and said, "Who cares?"
Yeah, they said, "Who cares?"
Saquon Barkley was about to break Eric Dickerson's record. He decided not to.
Right.
Basically.
Right, and how well does anyone know? Like, oh, they set the record for the most points in a season. All right, like some people know that record. How many? Not everybody,
Right.
What was it, Boston a couple years ago?
It
like
was
120.
Might have been.
Like,
sure.
who cares?
And they did it with overtime wins that did not used to exist.
So if a
Who
team
cares?
gets 165, then next year because they have a 3-2-1 point system, are we really going to care that much? The wins record would be the thing that people care more about anyway, right?
Who has that?
I have no idea. So that's why I really hope that wouldn't be the thing that keeps them from doing it. Did you see Brady Tkachuk? Chris Johnson tweeted out the quote from him. If there was any question about how much this game means to these guys, Chris Johnson tweeted out, Brady Tkachuk says Saturday's USA-Canada game at Bell Center will be the biggest game of his life.
It's amazing. I mean, it's sad. Is it sad?
Well, he plays in Ottawa, so that that helps.
Sure.
I don't think Eichel would say it's the biggest game of his life because he played in the finals.
Right.
But
has a cup.
Yeah, but for Brady Tkachuk, sure. Yeah, biggest game of his life. That might be right. Well, I mean, he's telling you it's right. I'm not going to tell him he's wrong on that. But yeah, would his brother say it? His brother's won the cup too. But for him,
he's playing with his brother.
Just shows what the meaning of it is.
That's right. And there might be a part of it that is I'm playing with my brother for Team USA against Team Canada. The biggest game of his life on Saturday. It might get bigger if they meet in the final.
I want those two to just, like, Hanson brothers tomorrow night, right? Like, to become, like, some mythical, lure of, like, the night the Tkachuk brothers went to Canada and just stole their soul. Like, I'm into it very quickly on those two.
I don't know exactly the full math of it, and soccer fans might know this better because of, like, these 3-1-1 scoring systems. If the U.S. wins, then they're in the final. That's it.
Right.
It'll be the teams with the 2 best records, and if they get 2 wins in regulation, that's 6 points. You're in the final. You're playing for the trophy.
Yeah. Which would set up...
It depends.
Well, there's a lot to happen.
It depends.
You might force Canada need to win, though, their 3rd game against Finland, which I would assume... I would bet they do anyway, but you never know.
803-0550 is our phone number. Happy Friday. It's Four Nations Friday.
Four Nations
right
Friday.
Sell it. Call sales. Let them know.
How about, like, ESPN, like, this is the, we've talked about this earlier in the week. The NHL landed on the perfect time to have this tournament. ESPN has talked about this tournament. Like they're talking about it on SportsCenter right now. They got Messier on. They led Get Up yesterday with this tournament, talking about it with Subban. I saw Colin Cowherd did a segment on this tournament yesterday. Like, I'm not saying it's not everyone's main topic, but I mean, if they did this a month from now, it would not even get a breath anywhere because of like March Madness, right? And maybe even Combine, like what stuff would precede it. They picked the perfect week to have it.
Yeah,
couldn't have been better. It's getting attention.
This is what I want to ask for those of you that are a bit older. The famous series that used to happen, the Summit Series, stuff along the way.
The Canada Cup.
Yeah, there used to be more exhibition-y kind of things like this off the radar, whatever, when the Sabres play Team Russia and all that.
Yeah.
Are those
the Soviet Wings? I'm not sure they played the actual National League, but they played the Soviet Wings. Yeah.
Is this kind of what it's like? What you get to do is you get to it's like Halloween. You get to go to a party dressed as somebody else. Today, what do we get to do? Instead of being, sad Sabres fans about the state of the franchise and how they've lost a bunch of games and they're in a drought, instead it's like, I get to puff my chest up because Team USA plays for a week and a half. And I'm into that.
Yeah.
That's what the Olympics really do. The Olympics allow people to learn about some biathlon skier shooter and get super invested and hope that man or woman wins gold, and then that's it. All right, great, had a good time. All right, on to something else. What are we on to next? Like you're at a sampler platter of sports, and for this, just a week and a half, maybe you buy a jersey if they win because you bought into it. You get to flirt with being an Austin Matthews fan. This is fun.
Yeah,
you get to,
it is.
Like you just did. You get to remember, it used to be really fun to watch Jack play hockey before you got mad at
what
him.
It was like to root for Jack Eichel consistently, like how just easy that is because of how good he is. Rooting for the Kachucks for like the first time, like directly, which because of the way they play, I mean, everyone says this, it would be a lot of fun if one of those guys was on your favorite team because of all the extra stuff that they had. But yeah, I wish we had more of it. I would take even just USA and Canada. Like one of those former tournaments, like they had the Summit Series in 72. That wasn't like, hey, 4 teams, 6 teams competing. That was just, we're going to play Canada versus Soviet Union best of 7. That's it. We're just going to have a best of 7 series. Like if they decided in 3 years, yeah, you know what? Maybe instead of a World Cup, let's just have the US and Canada play a 7-game series. I mean, I would that might be even better. Honestly, like tomorrow especially is what I'm most looking forward to. These first games have been great, but you still see one team is clearly better than the other, and get me the top 2 going at it as many times as possible. Like I kind of hope that the U.S. gets Canada again in the championship game, right? Like I want them to win. I don't think I care enough though to say like, oh no, I prefer Finland because that's a better matchup for them. Like no, I just want to see these 2 teams play as many times as possible.
Well, at the risk of, flying a little too close to our own hearts here, or that's a mixed metaphor that doesn't work, U.S.-Canada tomorrow night might be Bills-Chiefs in the regular season. Whoever wins the game, that's great. If you meet again, the next one's more important. Right?
Yeah, well, that'll be the one everyone remembers.
Right, you're playing around.
I had forgotten, Mike Zeisberger brought it up earlier in the week, that the U.S. beat Canada in the preliminary round of the 2010 Olympics.
Okay.
I don't remember that because all I remember is Crosby scoring and Miller at the end. Right?
Yeah. 2010.
Which, by the way, I looked. You cannot find highlights of that tournament.
Really?
Have you ever seen highlights of Ryan Miller from the 2010 Olympics? I think the answer is no. They don't exist. And I think maybe that's because the Olympic whatever committee, they own the rights to it. And that was part of their negotiations with the NHL. Like the NHL wanted the rights to be able to use those highlights and those clips, and they said no. So, like, I don't think you can just go find highlights of that tournament.
Yeah.
Like, tell me, unless someone wrong, like message in, like, have you ever seen highlights of Miller from that tournament? Because I haven't. I just know he was amazing. That's it.
803-0550, our phone number, 1-888-552-550. Rich in Lakeview, hang on. We'll get a break in. We'll get you on the other side if you can hang with us. If you want to give us a ring about these old series you remember or great moments in, like, you know, U.S. and Canada hockey history, we got another one coming up tomorrow night, 8 o'clock, U.S. and Canada. The U.S. wins in regulation, so they are in first place in the tournament. Canada wins in overtime, so they're in second. 803-0550, our phone number. Lots to get to today. We'll talk a little Jets with a Jets reporter, Connor Rogers, on the idea that, well, Aaron Rodgers is moving on. Peter Marlet's going to join us in studio to talk about the future of soccer in Buffalo because a downtown stadium appears to be on the way. Sal on State of the Tight Ends. He's posting that, and the offensive line is coming soon as well. So plenty to get to on a Four Nations Friday. I'm saying it all day. Four Nations Friday. Four Nations Friday on WGR.
The U.S. smokes Finland in the Four Nations in their first tournament game yesterday.
You're getting ahead of yourself over there.
Maybe. I mean, the way goal differential right now, advantage U.S.
What is goal differential the tiebreaker?
I actually have no idea. I think it usually is in like a small tournament like this.
Because things could be, with only a round-robin set of games, things could be really tied up and gummed up, and I want to know what like the seventh is. Hits somewhere in there? is a coin toss?
The full list of
There's got to be a coin toss somewhere.
Yeah. Henri Jokiharju scored the first goal for Finland yesterday, but then 6 unanswered by the U.S., including 4 by the Tkachuk brothers, 2 by Matthew, 2 by Brady. They were playing on a line with Jack Eichel. Tomorrow night is USA and Canada at 8 o'clock. Before that, in the afternoon, you'll get Finland and Sweden, so a huge day for that tournament tomorrow. Aaron Rodgers officially informed of his release by the New York Jets. He is now available to the entire league. Ryan Burr, a football reporter, says that the Steelers have made inquiries to the Jaguars about trading for Trevor Lawrence, and a first and second round pick was even mentioned as potential trade compensation, but then you had some reports after that, the Steelers denying that they ever called Jacksonville about Lawrence. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of business.
Handled by Losterainen. Off the feed from Lundell and a one-touch Olimata through center. Across the line. The drag by Granlund. Shots! Lights the lap with a wrister that beats Hellebuck. Finland, an early advantage.
Finland, the early advantage, and it was then an avalanche from there, 6-1. The U.S. wins. I have all the tiebreakers. We'll get to a call here in a moment. So,
game was close, by the way. It was 2-1 going into the third.
Yep,
and then close before that.
They opened the floodgates from there. So, head-to-head result. Okay. First tiebreaker. Again, they're playing a round-robin tournament. Let's say there's 2 teams tied in points all the way down. Head-to-head, if it's only between 2 teams, that will be indisputable, easy to do.
Yeah, because they all play each other once.
Easy to do. Okay, let's say there's a 3-way tie. It goes to total regulation wins. Then regulation and overtime wins. Then goal differential. Okay. Then it's goals scored.
Okay.
Goals scored among tied teams. Oh, sorry, goal difference among tied teams. I don't know how that's any different than just whatever. Anyway,
how is that different than goal differential?
I don't understand.
Goal differential versus goal difference.
I guess it's the goal difference between the 3 teams that are tied, and you would take out the goal differential of the one team that's not in the tie. Okay?
Okay.
8th, by the way, is most even strength goals among the teams that are tied.
All right.
And 9th is fewest even strength goals against among tied teams.
Okay.
I feel like
at the end of the list, they assume that you're good there?
That you get through all the tiebreakers by the 9th. I feel like you have to put coin flip in there somewhere. The reason coin flip is in there is if it's not in the rules that you're still tied, maybe it's impossible mathematically to be tied on the 9th tiebreaker, but I would want to know.
Yeah.
What if we are?
If the 0.001% chance happens, then what is the 10th?
Then you do a shootout.
Okay.
Imagine that. Wouldn't that be fun?
Get back on the ice and do a shootout.
Yeah. 803-0550, Jeremy and Joe. Good morning. Happy Four Nations Friday. Team USA blasts through Finland and sets up tomorrow night's game with Team Canada at 8 p.m. We'll go to the phones. Rich in Lakeview is up. Hey, Rich, good morning.
Good morning. Four Nations Friday. When in doubt, throw in alliteration.
That's right. That's right.
It works. You know what? It's wonderful to wake up on a Friday morning, getting ready for some of us a long weekend. Even longer week if you're in education, but that's another story. To be talking about the great sport of hockey with some sort of relevancy compared to the last decade, maybe decade and a half. You guys were mentioning like how awesome it is, and for your generation, and I know, Jeremy, you're a little bit older than Joe, but as cool as this is, because you really have 3 good teams, USA, Canada, Sweden, and Finland turned out to be like that 4th team with the fantasy football name, all wearing the same numbers in any adult league you played in. But I'm old enough to remember the 72 Summit Series, which I was quite young, but having Joe Perreault play for Team Canada was awesome. In 76, the Sabres beat the Soviets 12-6. It was a Sunday afternoon game. NBC had a national contract when you only had 5 TV channels in Buffalo. The whole Miracle on Ice, which started out very organically. There was no expectations. But this, and I guess globally it's great, but without the geopolitical animus that was the pall over all of that, the end of the Cold War, even through the Canada Cup series, which were fantastic. I mean, if you haven't, even better than this is right now. I just can't imagine what might be like for the American players if they're playing Canada on Saturday night and they're getting booed at the national anthem.
Right.
I think the only thing that could be close, and it's not a joke, if both of these teams, and they should make the finals, if Trudeau and President Trump are in attendance, that's the only thing that I think could make it for the average viewer to make it as cool as it is now with that geopolitical tension that was there decades ago.
Yeah. Thanks, Rich. That's a great point. Like that over any sort of sporting event is a real thing, of course. And the booing of the national anthem that's been happening in Canadian buildings, I would imagine if that happens on Saturday night, one of the Kachucks, I forget which one, was asked about it, about booing the American anthem in those games, and simply said, "I don't like it. I'll just say that." Didn't want to get too far in the weeds on what it all might mean or the genesis of it, but yeah, that's definitely something that adds to it. Meanwhile, the last time, I'm trying to think, best on best U.S. v. Canada. Where are these games played? The last 5 times these two teams have played, where have they been? Because the Olympics is Vancouver.
Yeah.
Right? I'm thinking back to...
After that, it's Sochi, but I don't think they met.
When's the last time
Sochi.
the U.S. had a home game for this? For U.S. v. Canada?
That's a good question. Where was the World Cup in 96 played? Didn't the U.S. win that? I don't know where that was, though. And even if that's the answer, that's almost 30 years ago.
Right.
So even if that's correct.
I'm thinking back to the World Juniors when they were here.
Okay.
And that's, listen, this is an American city, but USA v. Canada in that game was 18,000 Canadian fans and 90 American fans.
Okay, well...
It was a road game for the U.S. in Buffalo, which is not exactly a surprise.
When they played here, the last time we had the World Juniors, it was at the stadium.
Outdoors, yeah.
And I went to that game and tailgated that game, and I was an away fan. Like, it was, I would guess, there were probably 40 to 50,000 people in the stadium for that game, and I would bet 25 to 30 were Canadian. Like, it was definitely outnumbered in that direction. So, yeah, Buffalo being right across the border, I think gives them that advantage. I don't know the last time they would have played in the U.S., honestly. Tomorrow won't be that answer.
No, it won't.
It will be if they meet in the finals, because the finals is in Boston.
That's what I was just trying to confirm.
Yeah.
That if they play in the final, I'm not even sure, it would probably be an American crowd. But to get an American...
yes, I assume so.
Probably. Here, you get a Canadian crowd. It's just how it goes. It's fine.
Yeah.
It's good. We're all friends. But that's an element to this where tomorrow night will be charged. Really.
Yeah.
It's awesome. So, job well done, NHL. They've nailed this tournament, and I like how Rich referred to Finland. Like, it does kind of feel like Finland is, we need a 4th team. All right, fine, Finland's in. I don't know who was the other option. Russia would be.
But you're not
going to include
now.
Russia in an event like this. Past that, it's Czechia or, Slovakia.
Finland was the best you were gonna do.
Austria, Germany.
Unless you were going to get creative and
Latvia.
do like they did last time, which is like you're going to combine them into like one team.
Right. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550 to give us a ring. Jeremy and Joe, if you want to be a part of it. So, yeah, tomorrow night, doubleheader. The doubleheader goes 1 and 8.
I think the last time, by the way, to your question, is in that 96 World Cup, the finals was a best of 3.
Okay.
And game 1 was in Philadelphia.
They also played in Salt Lake, did they not? U.S. and Canada played in Salt Lake.
Maybe that's where Game 3 was.
Olympics.
Yeah, Game 2 was in Montreal, and then Game 3 was in, I don't know why it doesn't say it. It says what the first two were.
But you're back at the 96 World
This
Cup
is
of
the
hockey.
96.
But the Olympics in
Madison Square Garden.
The Olympics in Salt Lake were 2002, right?
Right.
And I think the U.S. and Canada played there.
Gotcha.
So that whatever. The point is,
But okay, so it's been more than 20 years.
the U.S. has not had a home ice game against Canada in a long time. Anyway, 803-0550, our phone number, and 1-888-552-550. So the Jets are going to move on from Aaron Rodgers, and in one of the funniest, most unintentionally hilarious social media posts of all time. Like the social media, you always got to feel for social media teams or social media workers for any team, because it's where you have to eat the biggest sandwich. Bleep sandwich.
Yep.
You lost a game 75-0, and you got to post a graphic of that and say the final score.
Just you say final.
Yes,
you
right.
Really
Like,
just one
yeah.
word. Final.
Not our night. Stuff
Yeah.
like that. You're on the social team. Your job is to gotta go out there and fire this out and check out the replies.
Yep.
And the Jets posted a picture of Aaron Rodgers and said, "Thanks for everything, 8," or something like that, with an "I love you."
Yeah.
Hands,
yeah.
not a piece, but an I love you. There's the Jets social media team saying, "We love you. We'll never forget you." To Aaron,
All the memories.
To Aaron Rodgers,
Yeah.
who walked in there and ruined 2 seasons and got everybody fired.
Yes.
It's amazing the owner didn't have to sell the team.
And won the same amount of games as Zach Wilson in those 2 years.
Yes.
5 games each.
I guess it's not a surprise they've moved on from him. He was not terrible at the end of the season, and I could see a team deciding to give him a little bit of a shot, one more shot. But again,
Was he the thing that you're going to have to compute with him, though, is he good enough to warrant all the extra headaches?
definitely no. That's
if he was a wide receiver, it would be the only thing anyone's talking about right now is he good enough to take all the extra baggage and drama with? Because there is constant drama with him, and not good drama, right? And not good stuff in your own locker room either. So he might be okay still, but is a team going to say, yeah, I'm willing to sign up for the Jets? Just did this, right?
Yeah.
The reporting was they would have kept going, but he had to fall in line.
go to camp.
Go to training
You have to
camp.
go to training
right.
camp.
Don't skip mandatory practices to go do drugs in Egypt, which he did.
Right.
That's basically what they were saying to him. He's like, "No, I'm good." So is a coach going to be willing to do that?
Yeah, I'm not sure how many teams.
I am thinking about Pittsburgh because Tomlin, I know he is seen as the big CEO guy in the league, but he has players that, are kind of like that all the time, doesn't he?
Yep.
He doesn't run the tightest ship in Pittsburgh.
No, he gets a lot of reputation for it, but they always have problems, it seems. Paul in Buffalo before the break. Hey, Paul, good morning.
Good morning, guys. How are you? I guess my question is for the big game is, who do you want to match against Sidney Crosby? Who do you want to match against Connor McDavid? I guess we're gonna throw Jack on Crosby, or do you want Jack on McDavid? It's a fascinating matchup. I'm going to stick with what I said yesterday. Our forwards are big and strong. Jack Eichel was throwing his body around. People sometimes forget, there was a time for about 2 years, Jack Eichel and Rasmus Ristolainen were the 2 toughest guys on the Buffalo Sabres. And because Jack is so skilled, we forget he's also big, strong, and fast. And he was throwing that around. The Kachucks obviously doing their thing. That's our advantage besides goaltending over Canada, is I think our forwards are just tougher. I think the back ends of both teams are both small and skilled. I think all the toughness on both teams is in the forward group, and I just think we're tougher. And I think we're going to dominate that game because the goaltending is a big difference.
Yep.
And, they're going to get a few on Hellebuck. I think we're going to light them up. 8-4, I'll stick with that prediction I made yesterday. Guys, have a great show. 4 Nations Friday. Way to go. It's nice to root for Jack again. It really is, as much as I hate him.
Thanks, Paul. Thanks. That's what it comes down to. You watched him. He's a great player.
I want the thing Dan Bilesman never gave us.
Eichel McDavid face-off?
Yeah. I want them matched up the whole game. You can get into the specifics of that. Like, okay, like it's their best line. You get the Kachucks and Eichel. Like that should be your best shutdown line. Not to say Matthews isn't great defensively too, but yeah, I think I want to see Eichel versus McDavid.
It's good stuff. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550 to join us. It is Four Nations Friday. And, Jet stuff and Bill stuff. We got lots to get to.
Yeah, we got teams around the league that need quarterbacks.
Yep.
Like a lot of them. Right?
Yeah.
Pittsburgh needs a quarterback. Vegas needs a quarterback. The Jets need a quarterback. The Giants need a quarterback.
The
Saints, maybe.
The Saints head coach just said that Derek Carr's a premier player in the league.
I mean, he's full of it, isn't he?
Probably.
He's the guy on the roster, right? Like, he's got to say it.
Maybe.
Did he go too far, though, to cut him? Like, if you say premier, like if you said, yeah, he's a very good quarterback. He's a very good starting quarterback. You can cut him. But if you premier, well, he's one of the best quarterbacks in football, guys. What are you talking about?
I know.
A week later, they cut him. Like, what were you saying a week ago?
Yeah. 803-0550 if you want to give us a ring. Happy Friday. It's a frozen universe out there. I mean, it's everything is just encased in ice. And, we'll warm you with our hot takes here on WGR. Very quick thing I was looking at. The Browns have unveiled plans and proposed a 50-50 funding for a domed stadium. The Browns want a dome, of course, to keep the stench of the franchise inside the dome. Sorry. I'm really happy about that one.
We're gonna keep all the dogs in because they're gonna let a bunch of dogs loose.
There's a rendering.
Mascot.
It's only one rendering. It's not exactly dome so much as it's field house. I feel like we refer to any stadium that's indoors as a dome, but it's very much not a dome. Anyway.
Yeah.
It is in Brook Park, which is a part of Ohio that I did not know this, but the rendering shows the new Brown Stadium, which is estimated to cost $2.4 billion, and they want a 50-50 public-private split, is what can only be described as touching the airport.
Yeah, it's like the rendition. It's right next to it.
The rendering has airplanes at the gates.
Yeah,
in the rendering because it's so close, and it feels like there'd be things that would have to be worked out.
Yeah,
it's right next to the airport, Brook Park. So 50-50.
Like, how would you get to the airport if you had a flight during a Browns game? Or right after a Browns game, right?
So Browns owner Jimmy Haslam said, a renovation is much easier, takes a lot less of our money, it's a lot less headache, etc. I don't think it's the right thing to do. If I was going to be short-sighted, I could say, well, 15, 20 years, that's the next generation's problem. Let them figure it out. But I don't think that's the right thing to do. I think the renovation is a short-term fix. He also said the draft could come to Cleveland if they build a dome stadium. And, again, public mood is not in a good spot. The Browns, of course, are a disaster and asking for $1.2 billion. So anyway.
They're also getting sued by the city of Cleveland.
Okay.
Because they're not supposed to leave. Like, there was some agreement that if the team took taxpayer money, that they needed the city's authorization to leave the facility, and they're trying to anyway.
Yeah.
So I don't know how much you can actually, like, the St. Louis won legal action against the Rams, but you still lost the team.
Right.
Like, it might not matter.
803-0550. We'll get some football in next hour on a Four Nations Friday. Sal at 7:30 to talk about state of the tight end position, and he'll preview his offensive line breakdown as well, which is coming to the website, I believe, today. Jeremy and Joe, give us a ring, 803-0550 on anything from hockey, football, you got it, whatever you want. We're hanging out here on a Friday.
Team USA in their first action in the Four Nations face-off gets a 6-1 win over Finland yesterday, and it was close going into the third. It was only 2-1, but an onslaught at the beginning of the third period, 4 goals. The U.S. pulls away 6-1. Henri Jokiharju opened the scoring, had the first goal of the game for Finland, Sabres defenseman, but then it was all U.S. after that. 4 goals by the Tkachuk brothers, Matthew and Brady scoring 2 apiece, playing on a line with Jack Eichel. Next up in the tournament tomorrow, Finland and Sweden will play in the afternoon, just after 1 o'clock, and then it's USA and Canada, 8 o'clock on ABC in Montreal. To football, Aaron Rodgers officially informed of his release by the New York Jets. The Jets moving on to a new quarterback, Rodgers. There's no indication yet that he'll retire, but we'll see. Elsewhere around the NFL, Kellen Moore says he plans to call plays for New Orleans next year, and he would not commit to Derek Carr being his quarterback in 2025, but he did call him a premier quarterback in the league. So we'll see what they end up doing. And in Jacksonville, there was a report yesterday the Steelers had called the Jags about trading for Trevor Lawrence, including potentially a first and a second round pick, but a few reports after the fact said the Steelers denied that they ever made that call. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of business. I think they use a remixed version of it.
They do.
It's called Moonlight.
Yeah,
Freebird.
it's like a bass boosted version.
Yeah.
All right.
That slaps too, though. Not gonna lie.
I just checked. I confirmed.
Slaps. I just use slaps.
That Freebird was indeed on Guitar Hero. It was Guitar Hero 2.
It's how Guitar Hero 2 ended. It was the final boss. When you played the story mode of Guitar Hero 2.
A boss.
Yeah. The final song you played in the story mode of Guitar Hero 2 is you played all 11 minutes of Freebird while you were getting abducted by aliens. Not making that up. That's real.
Wasn't the first time you found and played Guitar Hero was like a transcendent experience?
100%.
Right? Like, just
100%.
We've all played a lot of video games in our lives and had games with what this game does. What?
Yeah. And I would have discovered a lot of my dad used to play classic rock a lot, so I would know a lot of those songs. But the first time I would have ever heard Freebird was playing Guitar Hero. This is the final level. What is this song? And then it just never stopped. I'm sure the first time I would have done it, I would not have known how long the song was. And you just keep playing and keep playing, I'm just keep strumming, I'm keep hitting these notes.
Yeah.
When does it stop?
I can tell you the first time I heard Freebird, it's, again, what are the odds you remember the first time you heard it? I can tell you the first time I heard it was at the Darien Lake Laser Light Show. You know how they do that laser light show at the amphitheater?
Yep.
It was part of that 1 year. And that was the first time I ever heard Freebird. I'm pretty sure.
Okay. Yeah. Freebird also, if you've been to Nashville, maybe this is true in other cities too. Nashville obviously has a band on every floor of every bar everywhere. And there was a common rule throughout all of Nashville that if you wanted Freebird, you had to pay 5 times the amount for a normal song.
I once paid $50 to play Freebird on the third floor of Tootsie's.
It'd be they would tell you too. It'd be at the start all right, $10 for a song, $50 for Freebird.
It was the
Like,
end
they
of the
would make it
night,
clear.
and the band was like, all right, we got one more song, and I yelled out Freebird, and they were like $50, and I was like, done.
They also a couple of the bands I remember that got asked for free, like they really don't want to do Freebird.
It's not exactly.
They don't want to do Freebird.
I mean, the guitar solo there is, that shreds, but the beginning
it
of
probably
it
takes a lot out of the guitarist though. If he's trying to have a night,
Sure.
But they're just draining him in one Freebird play.
But if it's 3 a.m. at Tootsie's and it's about time to go home, they start that song. The start to the song is people are going, I'm going to bed. Like, this is a slow start.
You like just start it like 3 minutes in.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Well, Team USA wins. Freebird rains down, or the Moonlight Freebird. Can you get the mixed version? Can we hear? Let's play it a little later.
Get the Moonlight Freebird is pretty good too.
Is it modernized?
I think it starts with an eagle screaming.
Hey, that's something.
Yeah.
Jeremy and Joe, good morning. It's Four Nations Friday after the U.S. got a win over Finland. They blew them out 6-1.
Is Freebird, by the way, like the most overplayed song ever? Like, is it popular?
All right, here's your question.
I feel like I've heard Bulldog rant about Freebird being like...
How many songs have become a parody of themselves in how well-known they are?
Yeah.
Freebird's on the list. I also want to say Stairway to Heaven is on the list of songs that...
Okay.
Again, I'm not saying it's bad, but just...
Yeah.
Wayne's World, he's going to go buy a guitar, and he starts to play it, and the guy says, no Stairway to Heaven. There's a sign on the wall that says, no Stairway to Heaven. Like, you're not allowed to play that. How many songs achieve that level of popularity or just complete, everybody knows the song?
Yeah.
Isn't that YMCA? Aren't a lot of these wedding songs?
But a lot of those, I don't know if you want to be in that club, do you? Like, I don't want to be in the same club as the YMCA song.
And if you were making royalties every time the YMCA got played, you might want to be in that club.
Sure, that's right. You got Moonlight Freebird over there?
Are we going to notice the difference in Moonlight Freebird?
Oh, yeah, you'll notice.
So this is the Eagle Screech, and then...
I think we missed the Eagle Screech, but it works.
Oh, yeah, okay. So this is the goal song?
This is their goal song. Yeah.
Okay. They're playing this in Montreal and Boston?
There it is. There's the beat. I don't know if they're playing this in Montreal, though.
True, because... Well, I mean...
Well,
they're the road
last
team.
night.
Yeah, they did.
They played it last night. You could hear it.
But they were in Boston last night, weren't they? I think they were in Boston.
No, they were in Canada. They played the first 3 games in Canada and then the next 3 games in Boston.
Yeah. Yeah, Austin
Really?
Matthews was in Montreal last
3
night.
and 3?
Yep.
Okay, gotcha. That's why the atmosphere wasn't as crazy.
Of all the things that are happening right now, whatever, there's a lot going on. Owen Parker, you're over there running our video, our YouTube. I feel like your dad, Bulldog, hearing this version of Freebird, without even being someone who would defend Freebird, I feel like he just spit his coffee. Make sure whatever happens, he hears that on the show this afternoon. I just want to see his face.
This version is on a loop, just in the background of the show the whole time.
Give him the bass.
Like, guys, something happened with the audio board this morning. I don't know what to tell you. You got to do the show with Moonlight Freebird under you the whole time.
He might be into it. All right. Good morning, Jeremy and Joe on WGR. I had a quick Eichel thought that kind of leads to another conversation if you want it.
Okay.
Because we had Paul in Buffalo call in and say how it's nice to watch Eichel and root for him even though I hate him, was his quote. Yeah. It's nice to root for him again even though I hate him.
Mm-hmm.
And where does, if we can kind of look back, where does the blowing of all that rank on the all-time Buffalo what might have beens? What if? Of all the what ifs, what if they didn't blow it? And the concept that every person that they had that was good left and won cups.
Mm-hmm.
It is truly incredible to remember, to have lived through. I was talking to somebody yesterday at I emceed the Upward Niagara Chamber of Commerce award ceremony last night, and we were talking about the Sabres there. I was talking to a guy who said he was explaining to his kids who are just starting to get old enough to understand that all of these players that have won the cups used to play for the Sabres. And he's talking, like, explaining this to a kid who's just really starting to catch on to hockey. It's kind of an incredible thing to say. Oh, yeah, that guy, he used to play for us. He went and won the cup. And then there's this guy, too. And then there's this guy, too. It's wild. We just kind of, it's not weird to us, you know? It's almost a little bit like having Niagara Falls. Someone from the outside is like, look at this thing. You have this amazing thing. Like, oh, yeah, that's right. We do have that. We do have this thing where 3 franchise cornerstones left and 1 Stanley Cups with 3 different franchises.
Yeah.
Where is that on the what might have been? Do you think about that?
Once in a while.
Like if they didn't blow Eichel, Reinhart, O'Reilly, if they didn't blow on whoever you want to put the blame on, a GM, an owner.
Well, it's on a lot, right?
Sure,
it's on multiple GMs. Sure. I mean, I guess
without playing blame, just it really obviously should have worked. Could have worked.
It should have worked. They had players good enough, and this has been confirmed since. They had top players that were good enough to win Stanley Cups. Like, for themselves to win Stanley Cups.
Yeah.
But they needed to get a lot more right than they got right. So had they done that, had they, recognized that Ristolainen playing 26 minutes a night probably wasn't a very good idea 5 years before they finally figured it out and did a bunch of other stuff along the way that was smart, pick the right coaches. I mean, yeah, I think about it a lot. I think that you're going to have a tough time ever repeating that level of talent at the top of your lineup. I mean, especially Eichel, right? Like watching him last night and watching how elite he is at everything, offensively, defensively, playmaking. The pass they just showed on ESPN that he made to Brady Tkachuk, who's flying down the wing. His speed, the shot, like there's just everything is there. Everything is there. He's a center. He's got the size. Like there's no element of his game that's missing. And like I love Tage Thompson, but there's elements of Tage Thompson's game. Thompson's not the skater that Eichel is, right? He's not as sharp as a skater, I would say. I don't think he's as good defensively as Eichel is. He's maybe as good of a shooter. Is he as good of a playmaker? Is he good at possessing the puck? Again, I don't even make this Tage versus Eichel, but I don't know how easily you're ever going to just get a guy like that.
Yeah.
Right? Like we were wanting a guy like that you had Briere for 4 years. Since LaFontaine, like you've had a couple in your franchise's history, and to have one and do nothing during the time you had him it should be a black eye on their organization.
I mean, it definitely is.
Yeah.
And when you think about the others, like O'Reilly, okay, he was a little older and I mean, obviously like an important player, and Reinhart maybe more of a producer, but not as impressive physically, right? Like Reinhart
it's always about smarts.
Right.
With him.
He plays a different style like that. Yeah, watching Eichel in a tournament like this or games like this, like I said, I'm not trying to put salt in the wounds, but if you just watch him, the way Paul said it kind of struck me, not Paul Hamilton, but Paul in Buffalo, when he said it, nice to watch him again, even though I hate him. Maybe you can't even bring yourself to watch the formations because you're still so mad about it, or you're mad at the Sabres.
There was a stat about, here it is, the 5 guys they all brought in like that 1 year span: Eichel, Reinhart, O'Reilly, Kane, and Leonard. Throw them in too, and those 5 individuals have more playoff wins between the 5 of them than the Sabres have in their history,
in franchise history,
since they left. They have more playoff wins since they've left than your organization does in their entire history.
Yeah.
Like, I think more about the blame part of it, though, I think. More than, like, the what could have been. Because the what could have been, they never really were close. Right? Like, how many things did they need to do differently for the what could have been to have been realized? It's a lot, isn't it? It's not one decision. It's not the Bills with 13 seconds, where what could have been is, if I just did one play differently, maybe I win the Super Bowl that year. This is, I needed to do like
a million
5 different things on my blue line. I needed to do like 3 different things in my bottom 6 different. I needed to do coaching things different, GM things different.
And if you had done all those,
because they didn't do anything right around
that's right.
those couple of players.
They did so many things wrong. But if you had done all those things, you wouldn't have just won a game. You would just have a very healthy franchise. It's just it. You would just
Yeah, they'd all be locked up, right?
I watched highlights yesterday. We just had recently, the anniversary of Flight 300407 has just passed, and it was the anniversary of the game right after. There's a Sabres account.
The Sharks game, right?
Yeah, the Sharks game.
Yeah.
There's a Sabres account that sends out, highlights on this day, and it's on this day, 16 years ago there, where they beat the Sharks, and the highlights of that game. Think back to that season, Joe. That's not a season. That's 2009.
2009. They didn't do anything.
They don't make the playoffs.
Yeah.
They don't make the playoffs. But watching those highlights, watching Rivet's goal with 3 seconds left, and the building and the buy-in and everything, and then a shootout with Miller. That's a team that didn't make the playoffs, and I'm tearing up watching the reactions in the crowd, watching what it was like in 2009 to not, have been, even though that is, again, a non-playoff year. It's pre-drought.
Yeah.
But it's just mediocrity, and it's just completely embraced as whatever. It was hockey. It was us. So, I don't know. That's a little bit of a digression off of the story about what they did wrong. You just have a healthy franchise. You can just live that life again, finishing in 8th. Competing like the Blue Jackets are right now. Anyway, it's Four Nations Friday. We're not trying to bum anybody out with the Sabres. We're talking Four Nations because it's been great, and the U.S. ran through Finland last night, courtesy of the Kachucks.
They had a shot too, right? Like the hope was here. Like that atmosphere. Do they have that at times during the first Eichel year? Like,
oh yeah,
I'm looking right now. They averaged 18,500 in attendance, which was like top 12 in the league that season. That's not even by percentage; it's by total. By percentage, I think it is top 10. That year, they sell out the arena for a scrimmage game between their prospects because everyone, like, I guess I'm more thinking about the Eichel part of it. That he was their best player. He was their most important player. You brought up Marcus Foligno talking about him the other day, about how the competitiveness got mistook for
arrogance and cockiness, like he just wanted to win. Yeah, that's Marcus Foligno in a piece by Michael Russo of The Athletic relayed that when the trade was happening, that Foligno endorsed to Bill Guerin, like, go get this guy.
Yeah.
Go get him.
And there's so many elements of it. Lance Lysowski wrote a couple weeks ago, we were talking about it at one of the Bills games, about how Eichel wanted leaders around him.
Veterans.
He wanted veterans around him. And he almost like help me, don't just leave me on an island here to be like the leader of this team at 21 years old. Like, help me out a little bit. And they just... In what way did they really help it work? Did they help him work, help Reinhart work? Like, they had each other, right? But what else, man? Like, yeah, I get sunk into the blame of it, I think, a lot quicker. And really, my mind goes right to Ristolainen. Really, I don't even mean that, like, kidding. The guy that played the most minutes on those teams, the guy that was on the ice the most, was the one guy that wasn't good. Like, it's not a coincidence that of all the important players from those teams that have left, have all won except that guy. That guy hasn't done anything since he left. He's been bad, and he hasn't made the playoffs. So I don't know that that's a total coincidence. I think the number one thing they did wrong was the only guy that played more night to night than Eichel did, than O'Reilly did, than Reinhart did, was that guy. And he stunk the whole time.
803-0550. Steve in Batavia on the Four Nations. Hey, Steve, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. So I have a interesting situation. So I play NHL on the PlayStation every Friday night. About 15 of us in our 40s, we get together. None of us have ever actually met each other. We just kind of connected online. And we're from all over the U.S. and Canada. And tonight we decided, hey, in honor of this tournament, let's take the guys in the U.S. versus the guys in Canada, and let's play a 5-on-5 game.
Sweet.
And I'll tell you this, guys, it turned into something a lot bigger than I thought it was going to for a freaking video game. And we are all trash talking each other in our group chat. And again, none of us have ever met, and we're all just like become friends. It's our social life basically, because we're all in our 40s with kids. And Friday night we're going at it tonight in a U.S. versus Canada game. We made our own jerseys, and it's going to be, I would like to think, epic. I can update you guys next week on who wins, but there's a lot of pride involved when it comes to representing your country. It's unbelievable. So that's just something I wanted to share with you guys because it's cool, cool twist we're putting on this tournament, and I think it should be fun. So enjoy your weekend, and hopefully the USA bombs Canada tomorrow night. Not bombs. That's a poor choice of words. Beats Canada really good. I think that'd be amazing. So enjoy your weekend, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, Steve, thanks.
Thanks.
And represent us well. 5-on-5. I've never done the video game where you play. I shouldn't say never. I don't ever consistently do it where you control just one guy and you're like a hockey player out there.
Yeah,
playing 5-on-5.
We have 5 of us. I would say that's probably the game I play the most. Is that? And are you SHL on NHL?
But
There's
are you
a bunch
playing,
of us. We all are our own guy.
You're playing left defense, and you're playing.
Yeah.
Are you a stay-at-home? Are you responsible?
I am a very aggressive left-hand defenseman, which is why maybe I've been put at right wing lately.
They don't let you back.
It's been working.
They don't let you back there anymore.
No, you got to take the good with the bad. You know, sometimes you're going to get 6 goals because of it, and sometimes I'm going to be way up in the zone, and you're going to get 2-on-1 back the other way. So it is a very fun. If you're used to it, it's a very fun way to play those games. I don't think you could really do it with like the football games, or you could do it with soccer probably, but with hockey it's great.
803-0550. Before there was one point, Mike Kelly of the Mike Kelly NHL.com, I believe. Hockey analyst NHL.
NHL Network too. Yep.
He tweeted last night at what time is this? This is 11:07 p.m. So the game would have ended. The Eichel Tkachuk line against Finland. Yeah. That line was out for a total of 6 minutes of ice time. The three of them together at even strength. And the expected goals for the Tkachuks and Eichel was 88.9%.
Whew.
89% expected goals for them in the 6 minutes that they were on the ice. Expected goal percentage.
If you're not familiar with those numbers,
that's what the Harlem Globetrotters
high
get.
50s and 60% is usually like really good.
Yeah.
If you're in the 80s, it's one game, but still, that's insane.
It's also a win for the NHL. The Four Nations has been. We're going to get to Sal next segment. It's the Four Nations opening face-off game. Canada against Sweden was the highest rated U.S. game and passed the Winter Classic.
Yeah.
So.
And was their highest streamed game on the app Max ever, I think.
Yeah. So not bad.
And the commissioner didn't want to do that for 9 years. It took him this long to realize there's value in this inside a format like this. It's insane.
Let me take a little devil's advocate. Is it so good because it hasn't happened in 9 years? There's a small case to be made for that.
Small. But I feel like not strong enough to uphold the whole argument.
True or false? You just finished a month-long diet program, Whole30, and your first meal after. How good was it?
It was pretty good.
It's pretty good.
Pretty good.
just maybe Gary Bettman's a genius. Just make them wait 9 years, and then, boy, they'll love it. No, all right, I don't.
That's what he's doing in Arizona right now.
Right.
You guys are going to miss it so bad that when we come back in 5 years, they're going to be. He wanted for labor negotiations.
I know.
He's a lawyer. He wanted it to get an extra 2% of revenue. That's it. Also, it one other context really for that real quick. Another huge reason they didn't go, is the last 2 Winter Olympics were in Korea and China, right?
Yeah, time zones make
time zones and playing in markets where hockey is not a thing at all. Like that was another huge determining factor.
803-0550. Sal, when we get back, he's got his State of the Tight Ends up at our website, WGR550.com. We'll get a little football in here. Plenty of football coming up as we go. We'll talk Jets on the Aaron Rodgers dismissal, his future, their future, what their interest could be at quarterback. That's coming up at 8:30. Lots to get to here on WGR. Jeremy White here for Riverfront Auto Sales, 1379 Niagara Street in Buffalo. If you're thinking about a pre-owned vehicle, Riverfront can help you save money. You can go to Riverfront's website and check out their inventory. And when you bring a tax return to Riverfront, they will double your tax return towards the purchase of a vehicle. So if you bring $1,000, they're going to match that. Now you have $2,000 towards the purchase of a vehicle. Bring $500, they'll match that. So now it's $1,000 towards the purchase of a vehicle. So it's a way to make your tax return go farther at Riverfront Auto Sales. 886-1626, the phone number. You can stretch out that tax return, make it go farther when you're purchasing a vehicle with Riverfront. Also, if you want to sell, you can go to riverfrontautosales.com, get an instant cash offer on a vehicle, and sell it with Riverfront. So rather than try to do it yourself, get the most money you can by selling with Riverfront Auto Sales. 886-1626. They're at 1379 Niagara Street. Whether you're buying or you're selling, make sure you're doing what's best for your wallet, and that's going to Riverfront Auto Sales. 886-1626.
Team USA opens the Four Nations Face-Off, their Four Nations Face-Off tournament, with a 6-1 win over Finland. It was close going into the third. It was only a 2-1 lead, but 4 third-period goals, led by the line of Jack Eichel, Matthew Tkachuk, and Brady Tkachuk. Both Tkachuk brothers scoring 2 goals apiece. U.S. wins big. Henri Jokiharju opened the scoring. He had the first goal of the game for Finland, but they did not score after. Tomorrow, big day in that tournament. You've got Sweden and Finland in the afternoon, just after 1 o'clock, and then Canada and the U.S. at 8 o'clock, prime time on ABC. Tomorrow, 8:10 actually, is the puck drop in Montreal for that game. To football, Aaron Rodgers officially informed of his release by the New York Jets. Not known yet whether he'll continue playing, but the Jets will definitely have a new quarterback next season. There was a report yesterday morning about the Pittsburgh Steelers contacting the Jaguars about trading for quarterback Trevor Lawrence, but since that original report, there have been a few that have denied that, from Pittsburgh's end at least, that they did not call the Jags about that trade. In New Orleans, new head coach Kellen Moore, speaking with the media yesterday, would not commit to Derek Carr being his quarterback in 2025, but he did also call Carr a premier quarterback in the league, so we'll see what happens there. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of business.
Sal Capaccio joins us on the Wester Hotline as we dip into his series at our website, WGR550.com, State of the Buffalo Bills tight ends. Before we do that, Sal, how'd you like the Americans last night? Did you watch a little bit of the Four Nations? You enjoying it?
Watched every minute of it, actually. I watched. Nice. I was dialed into it. I really wanted to see it. We have been here, Max and I, we watched most of the first 2 periods together, and then I watched the end of it after he went to bed, and I woke up this morning and said, hey, after all that, it was 6-1. He's like, what? Listen, I mean, this is really good hockey. I love it. I did not love the blue jerseys and white helmets. Was on that one right away, so right. I don't know. Somebody said, well, if you go blue and blue, I don't know how all that looks. I think I'd rather have that. I looked back, Canada wore all red with a black helmet. So I do think the darker helmet with the darker jersey looks good. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Otherwise, yeah, it was great. And, I mean, who had Henri Jokiharju obviously scoring for Finland to open up the game, right?
If we're on jerseys, the Canada-Sweden jersey matchup was 1,000,000 times better than last night's matchup. It wasn't just the U.S. It looked like 2 teams wearing a home and road set. It was a very drab look.
Well, you know why why I love Sweden, too, for this, is you never get white.
It's always
right?
blue
it's
or yellow.
It's always color on color, which I want more of in sports. And one area you're always going to get it is that, because Sweden only has a blue jersey and a yellow jersey.
Makes
like
sense.
I don't think they've ever worn white. So that helps. Yeah, I guess I didn't notice the white helmets though. I think Sal's onto something. If it was just blue on blue, yeah, it would look might look a little cleaner. Canada did wear black helmets the night before on red, but then black pants too. So even that kind of looks, I think, Sal, a little cleaner.
Yeah, you're right. So, I mean, I'm looking forward to Saturday. Obviously, should be really fun. This is it. This is cool. This is a cool little tournament. My biggest question was how intense it would be. And, I mean, it's been pretty intense. Now, it's not necessarily just like a regular season game and a lot of times, but sometimes you get those moments where, oh, yeah, these guys, this is it. Here we go. It's definitely not like an all-star game. I'll say that.
Yep. Well, Sal, you've got a piece up at our website as we kind of shift gears to football. State of the tight end position. You're going to be doing, is offensive line drop today as well?
Yeah, it does. And actually, we can talk about that since I won't be on with you guys, obviously, after today. And if you want to, I could just give a preview of that because I'll be putting that up today. It's almost done, actually. I'm just finishing up the last little bit. And what's funny about offensive line is it's typically my longest. This year, it's certainly not, and it's one of the shorter ones. Might be long only because of the number of names. They have, 14 total guys. But the reason why it's typically the longest is, A, you have a lot of names, but B, because you generally have quite a few guys who have some contractual situations. That's not the case this year, guys. It's amazing. The Bills' offensive line, they have 12 players under contract for next year already, and the only two who aren't are Will Clapp, who's a veteran guard who was on the practice squad most of the year, and Tommy Doyle, whose career is up in the air, unfortunately, because of injuries. That's it. Like every other player on the offensive line. So, honestly, when it comes to the state of the offseason of the Bills' offensive line, there's really no state to discuss because everybody's under contract.
Right. So with the tight ends, Sal, reading through it, I mean, it is going to be this coming offseason and this coming regular season. How big is it going to be for Dalton Concade? Not even just for like the Bills and their offense, but even for him, right? Because won't they, correct me if I'm wrong, won't after next year be when they will have to decide on like a 5th-year option for him?
Yeah. Yep, after next year. So by May of 2026, after next season, they'll have to decide on a 5th-year option for Dalton Concade. If he has a really great 3rd year, I would think they would say, okay, we'll exercise that. That'll give us a year and time to figure it out, like they did with Greg Rousseau after 3 years. After 3 years, Greg Rousseau was a really nice player. He wasn't like, oh my God, you got to make sure you lock this guy up long term, but nice enough to say, hey, let's not let him go into the 4th year of his contract. Let's lock him up. And, I think that's what you want at Dalton Concade. If you get to a point where that's the decision, I think that's a good year for Dalton Concade. Now, you'd love even beyond that and say, okay, here we go. We really got something that special here. If we're talking next year at this time, guys, and we're talking about the Bills probably not exercising that 5th-year option, then I don't think it went all that well for Dalton Concade in year number 3. But I think it needs to for everyone involved, as you just said.
What do you think happened, Sal? Like, why did he? There are going to be reasons for this. I know injury is going to be one of them too. Mm-hmm. He goes from, I think it was the second largest drop that I had found in NFL history in catch percentage from one year to the next by a tight end. And part of that is because, again, like it's the largest drop. Part of that is because he was so high the year before. Like it was one of the highest percentages ever in his rookie year. So that was going to happen. But why do you think it happened? Like, why 8 drops? Why was he near the top of the league in drop percentage? Why, there's numbers about uncatchable numbers between him and Josh. Like, it's just kind of weird, I think, that all of that came together in his second season.
The catch percentage, there's a lot of things here. There's different parts of why did this happen or why did that happen. I mean, now you correct me if I'm wrong. I don't remember too many times where it was, oh my God, that hit him right in the hands. He has to catch it. It seemed to me like it was always just a little bit off here or there with him and Josh, right? You know what I mean?
Yep.
Like the catch percentage stuff that went down, I think you could put some of that on the throw. You could put some of that in Dalton. That's fine. I'm not blaming either guy or saying it's one or the other fault. What I am saying is, though, I don't remember any that, oh my God, he had to have that. How did he not catch that? There were a couple. There was one, I think, late in the season against maybe the Jets. He dove. It was in his hands maybe as he's falling to the ground. Okay, you got to have those. There's no doubt. The one at the end of the season we could talk about and we have against Kansas City. It seemed like there were some of those, but a lot of it was, just out of his hands. He made a great he tried.
There were a lot.
He made a great effort. Sorry, he made a great effort. And it didn't come up. And I don't know the reason for that. I don't know why they were a little bit off. Now, the other parts of it, of just the overall numbers, he had two knee injuries we found out at the end of the season. One was a PCL he was playing through. He had fluid buildup in his other knee. And I just think, guys, I go back to when they drafted him, he really was a big part of this 12 personnel they were going to employ, him and Dawson Knox, mismatches, Ken Dorsey's offense. And that never materialized, partly because Dawson got hurt. And that's why Dalton actually had start of a resurgence, a big jump in his second half of his rookie year. And then you fire Dorsey, you move to Joe Brady, and in year number 2, they go to this everybody eats mentality. And now you're not highlighting your first-round tight end who you actually drafted to probably have these mismatches and highlights. And I just think that part of the puzzle never came together.
Part of me wonders, Sal, if they're interested in changing the type of player that he is. Right? Because the idea of him getting bigger and stronger, he's got his play strength is something they're talking about. And sometimes, it's not often that teams do this. I'm going all the way back to like Willis McGahee or who because he gained weight and became a different runner a little bit later in his career. Who was it that a couple years ago, Sal, for the Bills, decided just to gain 20 pounds of muscle? And the conversation was, did the team tell you to do that? Did you decide to do that?
Didn't Epinesa do that?
That might have been the guy. A player will just decide, I want to be stronger in this way. I want to do this, and it might affect a lot of different things about their body. And I wonder if the Bills would look at Concade and say, like, listen, he's a great pass catcher. Maybe the idea of him being some crazy athletic tight end is something we should not quite punt on, but shift him more towards the traditional tight end that is not such a liability in the blocking game.
Yeah, liability in the blocking game is interesting. I don't know if I've heard him. I don't know if he is a liability in the blocking game. I think he could be better in the blocking game. I think he's actually not a bad blocker, especially for his size. But I do think gaining strength would help him be more of a matchup when he's on the field. I do think that, when he's on the field, it's different than when Dawson Knox is on the field, right? That maybe you see Dawson out there of your defense, you have a little bit more of a threat that he's going to be more of that blocker. That is not as much Dalton, but I don't think Dalton's a bad blocker for what they ask him to do. He could be better at it, no doubt. Yes, you make a good point. Boy, if that's the case, I don't know. That's, to me, I think they drafted him to be a mismatch, field-stretching tight end, an athletic tight end. And I don't think you have to give that up by gaining strength and getting bigger. And, guys are able to do that as they go out their career. If they go through their career. I mean, I know he's older than what Lindy said to you guys when he was referring to the Tyler Myers example years ago. I don't have my man strength yet. I know that that's not the case with these guys, and they're in the NFL in their early 20s. These aren't teenagers. But I do think that there's time in the room to grow here for Dalton Concade to become bigger and stronger. So, I think you have to try to thread that needle. Here's what I think has to happen too, guys. I think Joe Brady's got to do a good job and better job of saying, I have this really good tight end we drafted in the first round who's got this great skill set. Maybe it doesn't have to be just always everybody eats and who cares. Maybe it's I need to throw it to him every once in a while and give him 8 to 9 catches a game because he's going to be a difference maker.
Yeah, and maybe too, like, I wonder how involved Brady would be in him getting bigger and stronger. I also wonder that could just be he plays, even as a tight end that plays a lot in the slot, so like he still plays half of his snaps in line. So that could just be wear and tear. Can you go through a season without getting banged up because you're going at linebackers and edge players a lot? But if I'm Brady, like, who do I want him mismatched against? Have I learned through 2 years maybe what do I want him with his size advantage against nickel corners? Or do I want to start using him not all the way like George Kittle, but what is George Kittle in San Francisco? That's him going up against linebackers and linebackers not being able to cover him.
But doesn't he get that?
I think you do more often when the guy's lined up like a real tight end.
Right. Kittle is the best two-way tight end in the league.
Right.
And I mean, Kincaid's never going to be that.
That's why I'm not saying you go all the way towards that. I just wonder if there would be more of an emphasis of, we're going to play you less in the slot. We want to get you matched up on linebackers more often because we think that's how you're going to use athleticism more so than use kind of your frame.
So how do you get them matched up on linebackers? You get them a little bit bigger and a little bit more of a threat to block, so the defense has to match them up on a linebacker. You have to dictate that matchup a little bit more. When Dalton Concade is on the field, let's go back to what I was saying a little while ago. When Dalton Concade is on the field, the other team treats it more maybe as, okay, it's more of a run play, it's more of a pass play, not a run play. If you can have them respect more of, hey, he might have to block and we might run here, then now all of a sudden you get an extra linebacker on the field instead of him matched up against a corner, and now you do that. That's why I think it's a really fascinating discussion. I don't know the answer to it, but I do think they have to figure that out. That's definitely part of it.
I don't mean to just make this all about him getting bigger this offseason, Sal, but let's get this to Knox a little bit too. Do you think any element of that is this could be the last year, given the contract stuff, for Dawson Knox here, and maybe they would want Concade to be able to do more of what Knox does in the future?
So I would say it this way. I think that any discussion about Dawson Knox and his future, I think, is well to be determined. I do not think this team is going into 2024 with that in mind, Joe. No, and here's why. If you listen to Sean McDermott and Brandon Beane at the end of the season, that's the one guy I came away with going, oh my God, they love him. Like they really like having him around. And that, yes, his contract is tough. And I wrote about this. He's scheduled to make $14 million on the cap. Dawson Knox, the 7th highest cap hit for any tight end in the league next year. But the only way that they might be able to kind of maneuver that, besides getting rid of him, which you're not going to do because it would be way too cost prohibitive and they like him too much, might actually have to give him an extension and then lower those numbers.
Right.
To be honest with you. You know what I mean? I don't think the team is in that. In fact, I would go the opposite. I think the team is more in the mold of we want Dawson Knox here for more years than we're only going to keep him for one more year.
While also not making him he wouldn't have the 7th highest cap hit if they were to do that.
Right.
Yeah.
Correct.
An extension or a restructure, I think, could save about $6 to $7 million.
That's a chunk.
Yes, it is.
Yes, the restructure is tough, though, because if you look at all the money due over the next 2 years, there's really nowhere to put the money.
Right.
You know what I mean? Unless you do it this year, and then you're just going to take a massive cap hit next year. But that takes me to, well, then why do that? Just give him an extra year or two, because then you can actually, spread the money out. So Dawson Knox only had 22, by the way, very oddly, 2 years in a row, exactly 22 catches for Dawson Knox, right? He only had 22 catches. He didn't have this incredible, year catching the ball. But I would say, and I think you guys agree, he was their most steady and reliable tight end, and they used him when they needed to use him. But I'm telling you, after the way Sean McDermott and Brandon Beane talked about Dawson Knox at the end of the year, this is a guy who's a core piece for them, and I think that they want him around for a few more years.
As the season went on, he stretched the field more, a lot of big plays, 20-plus yards. It was his career high in yards per reception. So maybe that would be more like the specialized role, too. And then quickly, is there anything bottom of the roster? Morris, Davidson?
Yeah, Quentin Morris is a restricted free agent. The only way they can keep him before he hits, well, basically, here's what happens. They have to offer him a tender of, they're not going to do a first or second round tender. It would have to be one of the equal rights, first right of first refusal. But even that's over $3 million. Now, look, I would not totally dismiss that, guys. He is he's generally the first or second guy behind Reggie Gilliam in special team snaps on this team. And they paid Saran Neal a couple years ago, for that role. I still think it's unlikely. So what you probably do there is you go to him and you say, hey, let's work out a 2-year deal for less money than the 3 a year. Or, okay, just you can go to unrestricted free agency, see what's out there, and then come back. That's probably more likely. And then they have Zach Davidson, who's going to come back and fight for a job. He doesn't offer much in special teams. He's more along the lines of a Dalton Concade than a Dawson Knox. And because of no special teams, it's tough with Quentin Morris, but we'll see where that goes. He's more of a guy to fill in and an injury replacement and one of the top 2 guys. And then they did sign a dual threat quarterback in college named Armani Rogers at UNLV and Ohio a few years ago, who came into the league and then transitioned to tight end with the Washington Commanders. And I didn't realize till I was on my show up in the Bulldog, he's actually the son of Sam Rogers, who used to play linebacker for the Bills and was born in Buffalo. But Armani Rogers is on the roster on a futures deal.
Sal Capaccio, his series, State of the Bills, continues at our website, WGR550.com. Thank you, Sal.
You got it, guys.
Tight ends up today, offensive line going up soon, and then shifting gears to the defense. Jeremy and Joe, give us a ring if you want, 803-0550. There's a game. I owe you the pick of the week. I'll get you the pick of the week because number 1 meets number 2, and the sport it's happening in made me do a double take. That's next.
Sneaky Joe DiBiase here for Seneca One. If you haven't been to downtown Buffalo, you got to get down there to see Seneca One. Recently toured this once empty skyscraper and was really blown away by how nice that they have made it. The energy. There's over 100 apartments. There's a public food hall, underground's coffee shop, co-working spaces that have amazing views all around the building, a dog salon, car detailing while you work, and there's a brand new tap room by Other Half Brewing Company with a great beer selection, great food too. It's really like a mini city. Even just to go check out like the decorations they have around the building. There's a gondola from Venice on one wall. There's a bar top from The Sopranos on the other side, and then there's an old van, really cool old looking van that's in the lobby. Just a lot of cool collector's items all around the building. It's really been revitalized. Seneca One, home to businesses, revitalizing downtown, and there's space available still. If you're looking to do business at a higher level, you should be at Seneca One. And to do that, visit SenecaOneBuffalo.com and be sure to schedule your tour today. Again, it's SenecaOneBuffalo.com.
So, owe you the pick of the week from Riverfront Auto Sales. A stunning 2017 white Acura ILX sedan, luxurious black leather interior, smooth handling, sporty design for the ultimate driving experience, plus a premium sound system and advanced safety technology. For more, go to riverfrontautosales.com or call 886-1626. Pick of the week. Joe, number 1 and number 2 in college basketball, Auburn and Alabama.
Wow.
Auburn, Alabama is 1 versus 2, and the 2 college basketball polls that exist, they are switched.
Okay.
So in one of them,
it's disputed almost.
Right. And they play.
I can't imagine that's ever happened.
Number 1 versus number 2.
In this sport, have they ever been the Iron Bowl, number 1 and number 2 in basketball? There's no way, right?
Crazy.
Look at Nate Oates go.
It's really not that crazy, but still, I saw, what? Number 1, number 2, Auburn and Alabama. There you go. There's your pick of the week.
Is Bama a basketball school now?
Yes.
Wow. Definitive.
Yes. All right, we'll get a break in. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Coming up, 8:30, Connor Rogers on the Jets, where they go from here. Plenty of football coming up. We'll chat with you, get some trivia in, get stat of the day. We got a fun segment at 9 o'clock. You've got a fantasy football preview at 9:30 in February. You'll have to explain this to me, so that's fine. All coming up here on WGR. Jeremy White here for FanDuel Sportsbook. Speaking of college basketball, you can jump in before they cut down the nets. March is approaching. College basketball getting to a very exciting stretch of the season. And new customers on FanDuel can get $150 in bonus bets when your first $5 bet wins. That's $150 to bet everything from conference clashes to tournament upsets and even who's cutting down the nets. If you've been waiting to join FanDuel, there's no better time. The app's easy to use. When you win, you get paid instantly. Visit FanDuel.com/white and get in on the college hoops action before March takes over. It's FanDuel.com/white to take advantage of this offer. 21 plus and physically present in New York. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. For help with a gambling problem, call 1-877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY.
Four Nations tournament getting rolling for Team USA last night, and they dominated Finland 6-1. It was close going into the third. It was only a 2-1 game, but they ran away with it early in the third period. 2 goals by each Tkachuk brother, Matthew and Brady, both scoring twice. They played on a line with Jack Eichel last night. Henry Jokiharju of the Sabres did score the first goal of the game, but that was their only goal for the team. The next meeting will be tomorrow. You got 1 o'clock for Sweden and Finland, and then 8 o'clock ABC primetime for Team USA and Canada. You've got some football news from yesterday. Aaron Rodgers has officially been released by the New York Jets, or has been informed of his release. The Jets will have a new quarterback. There's some rumors about Pittsburgh. One report saying that they have called the Jaguars about trading for Trevor Lawrence, but then you had a couple reports after that said that that wasn't true, that they did not make contact with the Jaguars. Kellen Moore, speaking with the media yesterday in New Orleans, new head coach of the Saints, would not commit fully to Derek Carr being his quarterback in 2025. He did also call Carr, though, one of the premier quarterbacks of the league. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of business.
Good morning, Jeremy and Joe.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Good morning, guys. How you doing?
Hello there.
Hi, everybody.
Hey, guys. How you doing today?
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hi, guys. Great show. Love it.
Good morning, guys. Big fan of the show.
What's better than this? Guys being dudes.
Call or text WGR at 803-0550 or post on X at WGR550 and get connected to Jeremy and Joe now.
All right, good morning. It's a Four Nations Friday. We've dubbed it off the U.S. win over Finland. Four Nations is a rollicking good time from Montreal and Boston. The U.S. plays Canada on Saturday, tomorrow night, 8 p.m., and we're excited about that. Meanwhile, in studio, we have a guest in studio to talk a little bit of stadium news and soccer news as well. Peter Marlet Jr., president of Buffalo Pro Soccer, joins us in studio. We've Peter, we've met. We had a chance to talk about all your what's going on. I know you've spoken down the hall with WBEN. It's your first time with us here. So, first off, thanks for coming in.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Pro move coming in studio. Not many people come in studio, probably because of the time of day. We're on early in the morning.
Yeah, no, coming in, getting to actually see you guys, it just makes it a little better interaction.
Yeah, not bad at all. So happy to have you here. So for people wondering, who are you? Why are you here talking stadium soccer stuff, Buffalo Pro Soccer? This is a good chance to kind of get to know you and what's going on, because there have been a lot of stories, BEN, the newspaper, about a potential soccer stadium downtown. So let's start right at the beginning. Who you are, what you want to do for the listener out there that might be thinking pro soccer, FC Buffalo. How's it all tie in? Where do we begin?
Yeah, so I mean, it would begin. I'm from Buffalo. I grew up in Buffalo. Went away to college, played some college soccer. Was an All-American in college and played a couple years professionally after that. But pretty early on in my pro career, my pro soccer career, I saw what I was as a player, and it was fine, but it wasn't going to take me where I wanted to be. So, still had that passion for soccer and desire to stay in the game in whatever way I could. So stepped off the field and got into the business of sports back in about 2012, I believe it was. Moved home, worked for Ad Pro Sports for a while, and then spent some time over in Switzerland. I lived in Switzerland, Italy, and then came back and worked for FC Dallas of Major League Soccer. And then prior to this opportunity in Buffalo, I was general manager of the USL League One club in Omaha, Nebraska, Union Omaha, the 4 teams that I built there. So I managed both the sporting operation and the business operation there. And the 4 teams I built, we won 3 regular season championships, 2 playoff championships, and we're financially a very successful club as well. And that's what led to this opportunity in Buffalo. The league knew I was from Buffalo, and I say the league, I mean the CEO and the executives at the league knew I was from Buffalo, desperately wanted a team in Buffalo, and that's them. Of course, I did too, but they're the ones that really felt it was a perfect market. And in my 3rd season at Omaha, they approached me with the opportunity to come home and start building this. So it's USL Championship is the league, which is the second division of professional soccer in the U.S., sitting right under Major League Soccer. Unlike American professional sports or traditional American professional sports, it's not AAA, it's not AHL, it's not a farm league. The players are completely independent. The clubs are completely independently operated. Player contracts are held by us. So it's a really high quality on-field product.
And in terms of the current state of where everything sits with that league and tournaments, like one thing if you're not a soccer fan, like you have the U.S. Open Cup, right? Like there are crossovers sometimes with MLS.
Yeah, the U.S. Open Cup, and this tournament exists in every country in the world, but here it's the U.S. Open Cup. But the Open Tournament, where amateur teams can qualify for it, but every level of the pros enter into this tournament every year. And yeah, it's luck of the draw who you get paired up against. I will say in Omaha, in 2022, we went to Soldier Field to play Chicago Fire of Major League Soccer and beat them. And standing down on Soldier Field and looking up after just beating the team that calls that home was a pretty cool experience. We then went to Minnesota United, another Major League Soccer team, beat them, and ended up losing in the quarterfinal in Sporting Kansas City in front of sold-out crowd of 24,000 people there. So U.S. Open Cup, and again, that was just draw, right? You have to win the games to move on to the next round. You could get paired up with anybody, though. And we were unlucky, 50-50 shot of whether you host or have to go on the road. And we just lost those coin flips, so I had to go on the road every time. But there's a very real opportunity to host, an MLS team at any point.
I think a lot of people know MLS, the success of MLS in the U.S., the growth of professional soccer. From a USL standpoint, you said the one league below. What does that look like around the rest of the country? What markets are involved? The stadiums, the attendance? What is the product that's USL?
Yeah, so USL had 24 teams in the league last year. It is completely national, divided into an Eastern and Western Conference. It's 25 this year with the addition of a team in Lexington, Kentucky, who just built a brand new 7,500 seat stadium there, which is beautiful. So immediately surrounding us, the teams that would be our closest regional rivals would be Detroit, Pittsburgh, Hartford, Providence, Pawtucket, and Brooklyn has an expansion team coming in 2026 as well. But it is completely national.
And games, this league, you said 24 last year. Are they expanding to a bigger number? Is there a goal that USL wants?
Yeah, so they don't have a publicly stated goal, but they have been very public about their desire. So USL operates right now USL Championship and USL League One. Championship is the league that we have the rights to here in Buffalo. That's the second division, as I said. League One is the third division. And then there's League Two, which is what FC Buffalo currently plays in, which is the elite level of amateur soccer in the U.S. USL also announced yesterday that they would be pursuing a league in Division I status, so same level as MLS. And that's all to say they've been very publicly considering and pushing towards promotion and relegation here in the U.S., and I believe that this announcement yesterday is a pretty positive step in that direction.
Right, that's not something we see here, owners with, of course, like every once in a while they could suggest it, like, oh, the NFL, the NHL should have this. That will never happen. It's got to start kind of at an organic level for growing leagues that are not fully established. To get down into what's happening here and what your goals are to bring a team here and to make it happen, stadium is a big part of it. You mentioned Lexington builds a brand new 7,500-seat stadium. What's the vision for that here right now?
Yeah, so we have been for probably the past 9 months. So I've been back in town doing this since January 1st of last year. So it's been 13 plus months now. The first 3 months of that were securing the seed funding, making sure the business model and the financials really did make sense. The league certainly said they did, but we had to verify everything. And then going out and raising some capital to get us to this point that we're at today. So about the last 9 months or so have been purely dedicated to locating the ideal stadium site and talking to architects and developers and all the other various stakeholders that are involved in something like that. And we've gotten to a very advanced point there.
And 3 sites?
3 sites.
3
correct.
sites.
Yep.
The one that's getting, I think, the most traction, I think, publicly is the one that's downtown.
Yep.
So what is the site and what's the vision there?
Yeah, so that site is it's the Cobblestone District, so it is the parking lot, and Sabres fans will know exactly where this is. It's the parking lot between the HSBC atrium and the Buffalo News building, right across the street from the arena. That one is getting the most public traction because it is by multiples the most expensive of the options, and as such, if we're going to go there, we're going to require public funding, and we've requested that gap to be made up by the state. That is why that's the most public one.
Okay.
The other two and because it's a great site. I mean, it would create a stadium district. You've got the arena, you've got the ballpark, you've got the casino right there, your Harbor Center.
Yeah.
It's a great site also. But the reason that one is getting the coverage and the other two are not is because that's the public one right now.
Right.
Yeah. The other two, I will say, are in the city of Buffalo and are also in great locations. I hired a firm called CSL International, who some Bills fans may know because they did some market studies on the Bills' new stadium, but they're a national firm that does economic impact analysis and market feasibility studies for pro sports stadiums. Had them come in, and they assessed you mentioned that there are 3 finalist sites. They assessed all 3 of these sites, and they all absolutely work. If you're talking about impact on the people of Buffalo and on the city of Buffalo, that very public site does have the greatest impact. But it works, and it's good at any of them.
How much of that is just a lot of it's just what's right around it, right already, like the current infrastructure?
That's exactly right. And then also what's right around it, as in the current just desert of parking lots or whatever you want to call it. So yes, there's great infrastructure. There's a metro rail going right there, but it's also a tremendously underdeveloped area compared to the space that's there.
Right. Peter Marlet Jr. of president of Buffalo Pro Soccer in studio with us to talk about this stadium idea and the USL. When it comes to the league and the stadium, when it's finally fully built, I don't know if there are numbers that you could just rattle off about this. I'm a dad with 2 kids. Is what USL looks for here a sporting event that's high level, that is affordable, that is, the growing economic landscape of the NFL and NHL and whatever? You're trying to find a little bit of a middle ground that you can go see a live sporting event, which people, of course, love to attend, but it's just a different level of economic investment from just every consumer that's going to go.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And USL fills that gap in their markets really nicely. But we have based our pro forma and all our financial modeling around an average ticket price of $34 and some change. Now that will include, as part of that, the safe standing area, the get in the door ticket, which will all in hover right around $15. So, anybody can come in. It needs to be accessible financially to everybody. But I will say that CSL survey that I mentioned earlier, which we got thousands of responses from Western New Yorkers here, did indicate that some people want an elevated experience and want the suites and want sideline seats, field level seats, stuff like that. And, there will be higher amenity, higher price tickets in the stadium, but anybody who wants to come in, bring a family, is going to be able to do so without blowing up their budget for the week.
You said in the league it's what? Did you say average like 7,500 for
the
capacity?
stadium size? It varies, but
okay.
Yes, yeah.
But anyways, what would you do? Is it too early to know, like, even like ballpark, like what size level we're talking?
No, so we're gonna be between 7,500 and 10,000 to start, no matter what site we end up at. But I will say, all the conversations from day one with the developers and any architects were that is where we're going to start, but we want to build in plans to expand this because we believe that the market can actually support bigger than that. We just need to start a little more reasonably.
Is the market, being able to sustain more, like, is that all the way up to the league level? Like when you mention, like, those that feel like it can work here, is How much of that is based on like just seeing like what like Bills tailgates are like, and just like the overall sports atmosphere of the city?
I mean that's absolutely massive. You've got to look at the demographic breakdowns of markets in USL that work. You're just talking population, you're talking average income, you're stuff like that. And Buffalo matches up really, really nicely and even favorably to a lot of the successful USL markets. But then you got to look beyond that into the sports culture, and everybody recognizes Buffalo's the best pro sports town in the country. I mean, you look at the Bills, even the Sabres, despite this drought, I still go to games. I still love it, and that exists in Buffalo, and it's not everywhere in the country.
Peter Marlet, president of Buffalo Soccer. When's the season? Downtown, outdoors. What is the time frame year to year, start to end of year?
Would there be like timing of games too? Like how often would it be if the stadium was in the site we're talking about? Where I'm assuming you would work with like not crossing over at the same time as a Sabres game. It might be tough. I don't know.
No, you know what? There's very little overlap in the seasons anyways, especially with the Sabres playing a shorter season than we would like. But no, the USL season starts in middle of March and regular season ends in October, and then playoffs go for a few weeks in November. So, it's mostly spring, summer, fall, and doesn't have a ton of overlap. And that when you're talking about cadence of games, it's 34 regular season games. Then you've got 17 home. Then you've got Open Cup built in there. Then you've got playoffs built in there, which I fully expect we'll be playing in every year. And that's going to be the case. So you look for Saturday night home games. That's your ideal in the warm weather months at least. And at any of the three sites, we're talking about Cobblestone, but the other two are very close to there, honestly. So that's going to be the case at any of those sites.
With regard to FC Buffalo, I saw a partnership with the youth academy. We've of course know Nick Mendola. You know him well as well. We've had discussions about FC Buffalo, the role that's had in this market. How do these two entities coexist? Are they sister brother franchise? How does that whole umbrella happen if there is a relationship?
Yeah, well, there's definitely a relationship, and I mean it started. I played for FC Buffalo when I was in college. Maybe I don't know. 16. Well, they started 15 years ago, so it must have been in year one, I guess. So I've known Nick for a very long time. Like I said, played for FC Buffalo and its NPSL predecessors before that. This agreement with FC Buffalo to bring their FC Buffalo youth programming under the Buffalo Pro Soccer umbrella is something that Nick and I had been talking about for a while, and is something that I'm thrilled to see happen. They've laid a really good foundation, but we have access to more resources. We're talking financial resources. We're talking coaching. We're talking connections throughout the soccer world, soccer nation. And this is going to give those youth players, those top young players in the city and in Western New York and Southern Ontario, a direct path to the pro game, which has never existed in Buffalo before.
Is there a timeline in your mind right now that feels realistic for all of this to start coming together?
Yeah, well, for the pro team, and I talked.
That's what I meant.
Yeah, I figured. I talked to Justin Papadakis, who's the CEO of USL, yesterday, and gave him a very positive update. We're March of 26. I'm fully expecting us to be playing in a new stadium.
In March of 26.
Looking at pictures of this Lexington Stadium, the one that just got built, which 7,500 seat stadium. It's nice. Does the job, right?
Yeah. Absolutely. Listen, it's. We certainly don't want to go smaller than that because this market is bigger than that. We can support more than that, and we know that without having to prove concept somewhere. But building it in a way that is manageable from day one and manageable from a cost standpoint, and then allowing it to grow as the market proves necessary, that makes the most sense. So, we may be bigger than that, but we're going to be between 7,500 and 10,000, depending on the site that we end up at. Next
thing, you were just mentioning like timeline March 2026. What's the next thing for us to keep an eye on? Like what happens from here?
Well, I mean, in the immediate future, we're going to be selecting a site and making that announcement. a modular stadium is what we're going to be building here. And for those that aren't familiar with modular construction, it is very similar to traditional construction in that, electricians, the construction managers, the people working on it will build it very much the same way they do anything else. The difference is it is a prefabricated stadium that is built elsewhere.
But put together like a puzzle?
Exactly, pretty much.
Okay. Didn't Miami's MLS stadium do this?
They play in a modular stadium, and it's spectacular.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable. Yeah. The reason that I'm so confident in that March of 20, the season starts, the 26th season starts probably 13 months from today, it's very close, is because of the modular capabilities. These stadiums can go up in a matter of months once the site is prepped. And every day I'm having conversations with local developers, local construction managers, and making sure that we can meet that timeline, and we should be able to.
Well, if you need anything from me, one thing I do professionally is tell professional sports organizations when they have a bad team name, like the Utah Yeti or the Seattle Kraken. Whatever you decide on, colors and all that, like whatever.
Listen, we'll run it by you because we're going to need buy-in. So.
I got to be honest. Like I'm self-reporting. I'm just a hater on so many new names. So maybe
we've got to avoid that.
Maybe I'm not the best for that.
Yeah, all right.
How many of the USL teams are like team names versus just like whatever FC?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think USL. I don't know the exact breakdown, but I would bet that it's about 60% team names and then 40% traditional.
Looking at Charleston Battery.
That's
a cool one.
Exactly. There's right.
But a lot of FCs, a Legion mixed in here, and
I see a Tampa Bay Rowdies in here though. They're mixed in.
Yeah, so Charleston and Tampa, those are kind of original clubs. Charleston makes an argument. Since the Rochester Rhinos folded, to be the oldest, longest-running professional soccer team in the U.S. So you'll see there was a trend in American pro soccer, maybe within the past 5-10 years to try to go emulate the European naming structure. Right. And I think we're almost getting out of that a little now. It was a phase, I think.
There's a lot of that. I mean, it's happening. It's crossing over. Utah Hockey Club still exists, and they might stick with it.
They might stay.
And the Washington Football Club almost stuck with it instead of going to Commanders. So, Peter, thanks for coming in and the update, and best of luck moving forward.
Yeah, thanks for having me, guys.
President of Buffalo Pro Soccer, Peter Marlet Jr. here with us in studio. And there's an article at WBEN's website. I'll tweet out. Brayton Wilson had an update on this, and an interview also with you and Nick talking about that partnership with FC Buffalo. So, best of luck, and I'm sure we'll talk in the future.
Yeah, looking forward to it.
Jeremy and Joe back on the other side. Connor Rogers on the Jets, who have announced they're moving on from Aaron Rodgers. So we'll dig into the Jets a little bit, get back to some phone calls on football, and celebrate a Four Nations Friday off the U.S. win over Finland. It's 803-0550 to join us on WGR. Jeremy White here for Wayland Brewing, one of my absolute favorite spots. If you're looking for the perfect beer, look no further than Wayland. They've been crafting core beers like the Super Deluxe and the Waylander since day one, and those are consistently taproom favorites, but always something new on tap, whether it's a hazy IPA or a dark beer that fits the season. They've got lots of rotating taps there. Super Deluxe, though, the flagship hazy, you'll see it out in stores as well. Tangerine notes, finishes, a refreshing dry hop. They've got really good, clean, crisp beers at Wayland, and the food and the scene is unmatched. So try their beers, grab some food on a Monday where kids eat free, go on a weekend, you never know what you're going to run into at Wayland. It's always a lively scene when the weather cooperates. Outdoor patio is beautiful with fire pits and everything you could ask for. Also, event spaces. They're going to host a midweek event, 75 or more guests between April and July, 0 room fee, and they've got lots of spaces for you. Wayland Hall, they've got private, intimate dinner rooms, have a fantasy football draft there. Joe's got a fantasy draft coming up this weekend. So if you got a fantasy draft, Wayland, a good spot for it. Plan your celebration today. Stop in for large parties, small parties, whatever. Wayland Brewing Company in Orchard Park. Wayland Brewing, where every event is a celebration.
Team USA routs Finland 6-1 in their first game of the Four Nations face-off. The Tkachuk brothers scoring twice each. They were playing on a line with Jack Eichel last night, and the next game for them will be 8 o'clock tomorrow night in Montreal against Team Canada. USA and Canada, ABC, 8 o'clock in Montreal. Before that, 1 o'clock for Finland and Sweden. Just before it. That game will also be on ESPN. To football, Aaron Rodgers informed of his release after 2 years with the Jets, 5 wins, and it is over for him. We'll see if he ends up retiring. There's been a lot that probably points to he doesn't want to retire, but we'll see. In Jacksonville, there were some reports yesterday that the Steelers called the Jaguars about potentially trading for Trevor Lawrence, although we had a couple reports after that denied those rumors from the Pittsburgh end of things, at least. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of business.
When they had conversations with Aaron Rodgers about what the future would look like, if you're going to be part of this team, you're going to attend all of the training camp. You're not going to do Pat McAfee interviews anymore. If you were to stay here, here's how we would want it to be. So this, to me, is Aaron Glenn getting control back.
It's Diana Rossini from earlier in the week on the changes with the Jets. As we get ready to talk to Connor Rogers on the Western Hotline. Jeremy and Joe, good morning. Connor of NBC Sports, Jets pre- and post-game, and he's on the Western Hotline. Connor, good morning. Thanks for taking some time today.
Good morning, guys. No problem. How you doing?
Good. You know, Diana Rossini right there on the split between the Jets and Aaron Rodgers. It sure does sound like an organization that, in hiring Aaron Glenn, they might have wanted to do exactly this, which was wrench back the narrative, wrench back control, or at least the belief that they are, you know, not just operating at the whim of a star quarterback, but instead trying to be a kind of a big boy organization again.
Yeah, I think that's the right read on it. I think it's hard to keep a guy like Aaron Rodgers unless he's playing at an incredibly high level when you're trying to establish a totally new culture, new mindset, new DNA. And, you know, the Jets really didn't have any of those things under the previous coaching staff. They were kind of a rudderless ship. It was really the Aaron Rodgers experience, and, you know, it felt like some of the things he came in with, you know, made it that way, and some of the things Robert Saleh and eventually Jeff Ulbrich and Joe Douglas even allowed kind of let it get that way. And I think Glenn and the new GM, Darren Muji, even though this is Glenn's organization now, kind of saw it and said, listen, it's just not going to work that way. If we want to come in and establish things our way, it feels like that could become a game of tug of war. And that's really the underlying factor. I can't stress this other part enough. Financially, if they kept Aaron Rodgers this year and they weren't reworking the contract, the cap ramifications into 2026 and beyond would have just been catastrophic compared to what they're dealing with now, where they can kind of eat the cap hit into 2 different years, and it's relatively manageable in this salary cap world. So I think Rodgers just simply wasn't good enough anymore to justify all of those things.
Did it take, you think, ownership? I mean, for any of these, I'm sure it would have, but ownership signing off on calling it quits on this, or do you feel like maybe by the time last season ended that Woody Johnson and whoever is at the top of the organization might have just been done anyway?
I think they had a lean on the latter part, but this is something they talked about when they interviewed everybody. They brought this up. They asked plenty of candidates, like, hey, you know, how would you handle the situation if you had the big chair? And it was something they were fascinated by, you know, the thought process of the candidates that were interviewing for these jobs of how they would handle it, because the Jets know, especially Woody at the top, that they've fallen victim to being, you know, a little bit tunnel vision, stuck in their own world, and they wanted to kind of see outside thoughts. And they interviewed a ton of people, as everybody knows, for both GM and head coach. So they had a good idea of who they were hiring, how they would handle this, and this has been discussed for a really, really long time. But I think at the end of the day, if who they hired really wanted to keep Rodgers, I think there was going to have to be a lot of things talked through with ownership and with him directly, and that was, of course, reworking the contract. I don't know how much Rodgers, media obligations ultimately played into this. I'm sure they don't love it because when things are going bad and the Jets had a really bad season, those things don't really help. I think some guys in the locker room probably look around and go like, man, do we need this right now? So I'm sure those things, supplement the problems. But, yeah, they seem to kind of make up their mind. But they did give the GM and head coach full autonomy to make this decision on their own.
Making this decision is, one to start a direction change. Connor, how much of a rebuild, tear down, how drastic will it be? They've got the 7th pick. A 5-12 season's pretty bad. Is it going to be bring in a different veteran and try to get things going? Because there are pretty good pieces on this team. Or is it about, stripping it?
Yeah, they're not going to do that as far as I can tell, because that would mean, to me at least, contemplating the thought of trading at least one of Sauce Gardner or Garrett Wilson. If you're going to strip it and rebuild it, what you do is you try to get future assets, for anyone that you possibly can. And the Jets just don't view themselves as that. I don't think they view it as, hey, we're going to go spend all the money in free agency and we're going to trade all our picks to try to get Shedeur Sanders or Cam Ward, and we think we're going to win next year. I think you can kind of hang around in the middle a little bit while you're getting your feet under you. I wouldn't be shocked if they add a veteran quarterback in free agency so they have Tyrod Taylor and a veteran quarterback going into this camp, which I know is uninspiring, right? The Jets are not going to be a top flight or probably even middle pack of the league quarterback room, and that's just an issue that they understood when they were moving on from Rodgers. But they feel like the rest of the roster can help them start to establish what they want to be on the defensive side of the ball, especially getting Jermaine Johnson back. It'll be interesting to see what they do with Jamien Sherwood in free agency in the middle of the field at linebacker for them. They're going to let DJ Reed walk in free agency, so they'll have one of the 3 corner spots open. But offensively, they have their guys from left tackle all the way to right guard. That's a really, really young group across 4. We'll see if they bring back Morgan Moses at right tackle. They want Garrett Wilson here for a really long time. Obviously, you have your 3 running backs in this backfield, headlined by Breece Hall. They need a tight end. They obviously need another player at quarterback. But, yeah, I think they're comfortable with going with a bridge option this year, seeing what happens, and setting up a good team for when the day comes that they do have a young quarterback under center, because for so long they've done it the opposite way, where they've had a young quarterback under center walking into a bad situation where they had to be the savior, and that's why it never worked for any of these guys, whether it was Geno Smith, Sam Darnold, Zach Wilson, and they had their own faults in those eras, but the Jets didn't help those guys either.
Connor Rogers with us, also the co-host of the NFL Stock Exchange podcast, which is a great listen. I would definitely recommend it during draft season. So would you then, with that being said, it's funny, I was kind of almost half kidding about Tyrod being the starter for the Jets this year, but maybe there's a real chance of that. Do you feel like it's definitely a veteran, though, that will go with them? Would you rule out them picking a quarterback at 7 or even moving up for one right now?
I'd be really surprised. I'd never say never, because the draft always has a few surprises, but the supply just doesn't really match up for a team like that unless they're convinced that Cam Ward, who I like, unless they're convinced Cam Ward or Shedeur Sanders, who I don't even think I would take Shedeur Sanders at 7, to be honest with you, and he won't be there anyway. Unless they're convinced one of those guys is the answer to the point where you're trading, say, 3 ones, your current one and your next 2 ones, to go up to number 1 overall to take them, and that'd be really surprising with a new regime. Then I don't see them doing that, and then you kind of find yourself in the middle where, say they take Jackson Dart or Will Howard or Kyle McCord or whoever it may be on day 2, those guys aren't going to start out of the gate. That's not realistic at all to expect from that. So Tyrod's money is guaranteed. He was really, really loved in that locker room last year. The thing with Tyrod is nobody in the organization or really in the NFL, they don't think he can't play. That's not the question. Can you get middle of the pack quarterback play from Tyrod? Which every time he comes in to play for a team, that seems to be fine, even as recently as with the Giants. The problem is, can he stay healthy? Because he typically can't. So I think that's why you probably need another veteran quarterback, where you'd need 2 bridge guys almost in this situation. And then you could still draft a young guy later on. You're not going to do that at 7, but you could still do that later on, see what you have in him, and you kind of put your foot forward that way. So like I said, it'll probably be lacking. The Jets have gone for flash at quarterback over the last couple of years. Zach Wilson at 2, the big trade for Aaron Rodgers. it feels like they are going to go the complete opposite direction this offseason, barring a huge surprise.
Connor Rogers on the Western Hotline. Connor, before we let you go, Four Nations, you digging it?
Oh, it's amazing. What do you guys think?
I love it, man. I love it.
It's exceeded expectations. We've dubbed it a Four Nations Friday. It's been great.
I think everybody was not everybody, but people were like, I don't know. It's not the Olympics. It's obviously the four teams because it's an NHL event and they need to fill the rosters. And then all of a sudden you see Jack Hughes and Austin Matthews on the same line, and you see the Kachucks together. Mind you, I'm a huge Rangers fan, so I'm always rooting against these guys, and now you're rooting for them. And Canada-Sweden was awesome in overtime the other night. It's just. I think why it's so good, guys, besides you get to see what we haven't seen before, which is always really, really fun, is that I think it's really even. I know the USA ran away with it in the third period last night, but I think Finland's got they have loaded at forward. I think every single game is going to be really, really good, at least for the first two periods.
Yeah,
I agree. I do have one more thing for Connor here because he also does the fantasy football happy hour.
Okay.
And Connor, I am a crazy person enough that I have a draft tomorrow. So
oh my God.
I don't know that you're gonna be able to tell me early enough who I should pick at 13. But I'm almost wondering just who the number one pick is at this point. This league is supposed to be nuts, by the way. It's not it's meant to be a February draft.
So is this a rookie draft or a total redraft?
No, it's total redraft. So you would pick rookies not knowing what team they're going to be on,
right?
Which is going to make it more risky. But yeah, I'm like,
oh man.
I mean, the top pick is who? I mean, you probably have not thought about this question one time yet. I'm sure I'm the first.
We actually on Radio Row we brought it up briefly because we were kind of just kicking it around with the season Saquon had is it the year where everybody's so trying to be risk adverse and be careful about taking a running back number one overall, no matter how good they are?
Yeah.
I think the first three picks will be Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson, Saquon Barkley. I don't know the exact order. I would guess that order.
Yeah.
Depending on your scoring settings, of course, as well. But I think that's ultimately how it's going to go. I tried to get into a best ball draft this week as well because I'm insane like you, just to kind of see how it goes, like a $10 play. It didn't fill yet, but I'm just fascinated to see how things go. That's why I want to get one in the tank here.
Yeah, I just want to know what it feels like when Bucky Irving is the first player I draft in a fantasy draft because that might be tomorrow. That might be tomorrow.
Or Ashton Genty, honestly,
sure.
A guy that has not played an NFL snap. That's where we're at right now.
Yeah. Connor Rogers of NBC Sports and Jets pre and post and everything else as well. The fantasy football co-host of the NFL Stock Exchange. He does everything. Connor, thanks so much for taking some time for us.
Oh, great talking to you guys. Have a good one.
You too. Ashton Genty. Listen, I would love to have Bucky Irving.
Bucky Irving's going to be...
I'd love to have Bucky Irving.
He's going to be awesome. Just look, one early ranking, he was ranked as the 7th running back for this coming fantasy season.
Where's James Cook?
James Cook.
We haven't talked James Cook today. Sal had
that was the first time he said his name.
It's right. Sal had an interesting question about Cook yesterday that I want to bring up before we get out of here today.
13th. Just one spot behind Chase Brown.
Listen,
Chase of the Bengals.
Chase Brown impressed me last year. I thought pretty good.
Yep. Yeah, he did.
All right, 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. We got some stuff coming up still for you. It's a Four Nations Friday. The U.S. and Canada
everyone loves it.
Everyone's loving the Four Nations.
How could you not love it?
What's not to love?
It's awesome. Tomorrow, I hope, is going to meet expectations. Tomorrow's going to, give me 8-7 with brawls and everything. Come on. It's fun to root for a hockey team that's actually good.
Yes, it is.
And it is I agree with our caller from earlier. I am enjoying rooting for Eichel again. And I'm not really, I was wondering, would I have a problem? Would it be weird or would I struggle with it? I'm not really struggling with it at all. He was right about everything.
Yeah.
I guess for me personally, I have nothing left to hate him for. I did not like what he said after they played the Sabres the first time. I think I've well gotten over that, though.
Sure. He was emotional. Does it? He was treated, like a big villain and scapegoated a lot.
He was a pretty big baby after that game, though.
Sure, right. He deserved whatever. It's water under the bridge. All right, we'll get a break in 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 to join us on WGR.
Verizon, the official 5G network of the Buffalo Bills.
Jeremy White here for FanDuel Sportsbook, official partner of WGR. Where the game tips off, NBA action is just beginning on FanDuel because the NBA live betting goes on FanDuel. If you want to bet the NBA live, FanDuel's your home for that. Even if you miss the first few minutes of the game or want to bet on a fourth quarter comeback, you can make your picks from the first whistle to the final buzzer. Plus, you even combine your live bets into a same-game parlay for a shot at a bigger payout. However you want to play, now's the perfect time to join. New FanDuel customers, get started with $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Visit FanDuel.com/white to join today. That's FanDuel.com/white for your chance at $150 in bonus bets if your bet wins. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 plus and physically present in New York. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. For help with a gambling problem, call 1-877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY. All right. We're just talking about something to break. You ready to get stupid? Let's get stupid.
All right.
Fast
ready.
one. Let's get stupid. So I saw a clip, Michael Wilbon calling for the NBA to get rid of the All-Star game. Follow suit. Do what the NHL's doing. Get rid of it. Okay, could the NBA do a 4 nations? U.S., Canada, France.
And like Serbia, probably, but maybe you could.
Maybe not.
Yeah, someone else.
Then I thought, could the NBA do a different format? How could they fix it? How could they? What about this? What would there be pride for
in the NBA?
Yeah. What could you got to convince them to play a 4-team tournament for pride? I've got my idea. You ready?
Those who think LeBron's the GOAT and those who think Jordan's the GOAT.
Team GOAT? Yeah, there you go. No.
The GOAT Bowl.
Could you find your way to some version of like an alumni tournament?
With the older players, like that are retired now?
Guys skip. No. I mean...
Oh, from college?
Alabama.
Oh.
Florida. Duke.
This is pretty good.
This year, here are the 4 alumni NBA teams playing for bragging rights. I've got
Team Duke.
Florida for sure.
Of NBA players?
Well, there would have been a period where Florida was it, but maybe not right now.
Yeah, I think Joakim Noah is retired. But no,
it was a sick burn, and I accept it.
Like Villanova.
I was thinking Florida, like because what
Florida hasn't been good at basketball since the Sabres were good.
No, but what I'm saying is what schools would we?
Yeah, no, I know. Be, but the idea,
the players would want to prove it.
Yeah, that's totally right.
And you just say
that's totally true. I like that.
NBA players by college. Here we go.
For some guys, too, that'd be like a redo of like, hey, we got knocked out in the first round of March Madness. This is our time to
this year.
You could get the NCAA on board, too, so you could wear the actual jerseys of the teams.
This year. And you'd rotate. This year, we're going to do Kentucky, Villanova, Kansas, and Gonzaga.
Yes.
There's your 4-team.
Oh, this is a good idea. This doesn't belong in Let's Get Stupid. I love this idea.
Kentucky has 29 NBA players, Duke 23. I mean, you couldn't fill full Arkansas's got 11. Like, hey, we need a couple.
Well, we only need a few teams.
That's right. You only need 4 teams.
And if you got to mix in a guy in the G League or plays in Europe just to fill out the roster,
sure,
just do it. Whatever.
The 4, not 4 nations, 4 colleges, what are we calling it? A 4-game round robin with a champ. And who's winning? Is it going to be Team UCLA or Team Michigan State for bragging rights? Because what you're trying to find is just what will they care about.
You couldn't do this stuff because LeBron wouldn't be involved.
Well, right.
You got to have LeBron involved in some way.
Team High School.
He loves Coach K, so maybe he would play for Duke.
Team High School is funny.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Are there enough guys left?
Like 4 guys, maybe?
No, because they got rid of that rule like so long ago that I think they're all gone. Garnett's gone. LeBron's still playing, but, there's not enough.
Have LeBron be the ref.
J.R. Smith did it. I like that a lot. Can we replace the Pro Bowl and do this for football? Team SEC against Team Big
I thought
Ten.
about conferences, but the conferences change every 5 minutes, so that'd be tough. You might have graduated an SEC or graduated Big 12, and now you're in the SEC.
Instead of the Pro Bowl, we're going to do the Bama alum against the Ohio State alum. That's our new Pro Bowl.
People in the chat say do the college thing by conference. You just wouldn't play with the same.
You're right though, because the conferences are so different.
And they're mega conferences now.
Like if a kid played for Texas when they're in the Big 12, who does he play for now? Does he play for the SEC team or does he play for the Big 12 team?
I'm sorry. I know that would probably work if you did 4 mega conferences, but I'm not. If I'm a player, I don't play for the SEC the same way that I would play for Kentucky. If I get to play for my alma mater, that's a big deal.
That's where I just do it by where you're from. Do it by where you're from, state wise or city wise, whatever.
Hometown.
Yeah, Team Brooklyn against Team LA. All the natives of New York City versus all the natives of LA.
803-0550 to join us if you want. Wide open segment when we return. We've got some cool stuff to kick around here on WGR.
Team USA dominates Finland in their first game of the Four Nations tournament. The Finns were going into the third period still in the game. It was 2-1, but 4 unanswered after that. Jack Eichel centering the Tkachuk brothers was the line that really looked great last night. Both Tkachuk brothers had 2 goals apiece in the game. Next up is Finland-Sweden tomorrow at 1 o'clock, and then at 8 o'clock, USA and Canada in Montreal, 8 o'clock. That game will be on ABC. To football, Aaron Rodgers informed of his release by the New York Jets. They'll take on a dead cap hit this year and next year to move on from Rodgers, and they'll have a new quarterback in 2025. The Steelers reportedly made a call to the Jaguars about Trevor Lawrence, and there was even a reported package about a first and a second round pick being discussed, but there were a couple others after, Ian Rappaport and others, that said that the Steelers never called the Jaguars. There was a denial from Pittsburgh's end of things. That's your Paddock Chevrolet sports update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of business.
Skates onto it in the corner. Centering pass. Tkachuk. Check from behind. Tries a bank shot. Score! Held in by Faber at the right point. Long shot. Score! Team USA takes the lead. Zone entry. Score! Long wrister from Tkachuk. Just like that. Austin Matthews off to Gensel. Score! Matthews to Gensel. Eichel to Tkachuk. Score! Second of the game for Brady Tkachuk. Orensky shoots. Score on the rebound. The second on the power play for Matthew Tkachuk.
Four Nations Friday. Team USA wins. The Tkachuk brothers impressive in this game. Like that eagle. Hey, it's Jeremy and Joe. What's up? How are you? It's
cold, but it looks nice out there.
It does look. Yeah,
looks
sun,
like
I got to see some sunlight, which is a rarity. It feels like nowadays.
It's like Arundel out there. Arundel.
Arundel?
Yeah.
What's that?
That's Elsa's Kingdom in Frozen.
Oh,
everything's covered in ice.
Right. Wasn't it melting out there right now? Probably.
I don't know. It's sunny, but I don't know if it's warm enough.
It's cold
to melt.
enough to keep it. Yeah. All right.
It's 20, and the real feel is 7.
Okay.
It's cold out there.
You ever had to drive without windshield washer fluid?
Yeah, it's not advisable. You have to pull over and get snow and rub it on your windshield. Is that what you did?
I basically had to do that because I guess I thought I was putting in. I thought I saw -5 is like the lowest temperature on what I put in, but apparently not, because the washer fluid I put in like a week ago continues to freeze, or was freezing.
I thought the whole idea was it can't freeze.
That's what I thought, but it kept freezing. So I'd be driving down the thruway and just nothing's coming out. And then of course, cars have this thing, and this is all cars, when you hit the washer fluid, your wipers automatically start going.
Yeah.
Which was making things worse because when nothing came out, now I'm just spreading the dirt back and forth. So yeah, I had to pull off wipe the. I bought a new one and I just dumped it on the top. Almost impossible to drive without washer fluid in these times.
Not a good idea.
Gotta have it. I've since replaced that fluid though, but not advisable.
U.S. Canada tomorrow, 8 p.m. That'll be a fun one. Fun thing you can do. I'll save you the time here. I went to NHL.com. There's a lot of coverage of the Four Nations. And in here is a Four Nations face-off blog from Jake Gensel.
Okay. Of Team USA.
Have you ever done it? 9 times out of 10, if you read an NHL player's blog about an experience, you know what you're getting?
Nothing.
You're getting a 5th grader's book report.
When Owen Power did a blog, when they went to Prague, it was like
it's like, listen.
No offense to Owen Powers.
No,
just like
if these guys don't want to do this, hey, buddy, can you string together 100 words on
oh, my gosh. It was just nothing. There was nothing in it.
Right.
At all.
Here's Gensel. Gensel's is, as for playing Canada on Saturday, we are just going to enjoy tonight and move on, and that's all you can do. That's a really good team over there. You just have to make sure you're on top of it. My family got in. My wife got in. I'm just going to hang out with them and sit back and relax. I haven't had a day off in a while. It will be nice. So I will chill out, get some things done, and just walk around the city.
Isn't this a hockey player? Are hockey players the most boring people in the world?
I don't want to say that. I think they're the opposite. But I think
they act like this more.
When they are asked to do something media-wise, it's
they don't give you anything.
No. I don't think they're boring. I think that they have to be very...
They're very protective of how they actually are.
Yes.
Because, like, you don't get to see... Some of these behind-the-scenes things, you're starting, like McDavid in the Cup Finals, right, where he is screaming at his team.
Right, and wasn't that for
losing.
Everybody a whoa kind of moment?
Yeah.
Whoa, the quietest guy on earth does that?
But he's only quiet in front of us.
Right.
And there is a behind-the-scenes thing of this tournament. I saw a preview of it. I don't know where it's going to be on, but there's going to be like a behind-the-scenes thing of this tournament. And Marchand in the locker room, like giving Crosby, whatever, and like he wasn't even like getting mad about things. It was more like, I can't believe how much fun it is just to watch this team.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and it was good, but you don't really see that. You wouldn't hear the same thing if he was just talking to a reporter. Or doing a blog at NHL.com, I guess, either. A lot of it is just so useless with the hockey players. So useless.
803-0550 to join us. Milton in Buffalo. Hey, Milton.
Hey, how you doing?
Good.
Yeah, I wanted to expand on what y'all was talking about, like how in the NBA they could come with different teams. What about, like, the best of the Big East, best of the ACC, Big 12, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And my second thing is, after you expand on that, could you explain to me the hockey thing right now? Like, what they got? I mean, do they have to play, like, the best of a couple of games or something?
Thanks, Milton, for bringing this up. So, on the conference thing, I love the conference idea if the conference has stayed what they were. Like, if you graduated and played in the Big East and the Big East is gone, we could just do that. You could do that's what.
If you went to USC, what do you want to do? You want to be Pac-12 doesn't exist anymore.
But to this point, this tournament represents that it doesn't matter. Are all of the best players in the world at this tournament? No. Czechia is not represented.
No.
Russia's not represented. But who cares?
Also, there are weird rulings about like who can play for who, right? Like where like Jason Pominville was born in Quebec and he played for Team USA.
Right.
Like,
but put that aside. What the Four Nations says is like, who cares? We got 4 teams full of awesome players. And the idea I suggested last segment was about, have the NBA do it. Milton says conferences. Oh, it's not perfect. Who cares?
Right.
What the Four Nations does give, and where the conference thing might fall short, and why I thought the idea of playing for schools would matter, is what would a player actually care about? Would a player care about playing for the pride of the old Big East? No. Would he play for Villanova? If I put together a starting 5 from 3-on-3, the NBA does a 3-on-3 tournament with colleges as the thing. Okay, Victor Wembanyama can't be in it. Sorry. Great, he's not in it. But do I have something that's better than the All-Star game? I really might. That's part of this. What Michael Wilbon bringing this up, saying NBA should ditch the All-Star game. The NHL ditched the All-Star game for this, and what we have is something way better than the All-Star game. So
way better. So much better.
So the NBA, which is, pretty progressive on a lot of things and trying new things, they tried the Elam ending in the All-Star game. That was awesome. It was different.
The Elam ending was what again?
The Elam ending is the mathematical formula that you start the fourth quarter down by a certain number of points based on where you were. And or you go into the fourth quarter, you're down 15. Instead of a clock, there's a target score. And you have to go get the target score. You're down 50. You have to score 15 more points than them.
Okay.
So that no matter what happens, the game has not a buzzer beater. There's a shot to win the game no matter what.
Right.
Instead of a slog to try and get through 12 minutes with fouls and all that. Fouling doesn't help. You're not saving clock. The Elam ending was awesome the year that they did it, and I wish they would do it more. So that's one part of it. And then, Milton, to your other part, I had this thought. It's too bad you didn't know the U.S. and Canada were going to make the final. You still don't know if they will. Isn't it too bad that the final isn't the best out of 3? or a 2-game aggregate. A 2-game aggregate would have been we add one more game and we make it a 2-night event.
Right.
Because if it gets to be U.S.-Canada for the win, that'll be great. I'll wish it was a series.
The way the NHL usually operates with that, though, is they often will I feel like they think more about what the worst-case scenario is than what the best-case scenario is.
That's right.
Because the best-case scenario in a 2-game aggregate series is awesome. It's amazing.
Right. And the worst case
is
6-0 after one.
And no one cares about the second game.
Well, you say that as someone that watched Liverpool come back from what on Barcelona?
They were down 4,
down
I think.
4-0?
Yeah.
And they won?
It's the greatest game I've ever seen as a fan of that team. And it was because they were down. You went into the second game knowing they were down. I should know the score. I think it was 4.
I think
it might have been 3. No, they needed 4 to win. Because they needed 4 to win. It was they were down 3-0, I think, going into it.
And then they won maybe 5-4 on aggregate?
That sounds right, yeah. Or maybe it might have been 4-3 on aggregate, whatever it was. Well, it was insane. And they were down huge going into the second game.
I'm a fan of any time we get a sporting event kind of invented, it is a reminder that these leagues you can just do whatever you want. You can create a trophy and just play for it in Montreal and Boston. And look at this. It's a good product. So that was the idea for the NBA about colleges. I don't know if it's perfect, but how could I get the best on the best to play for pride and not have, all-star game? Blech.
Yeah, I don't need an all-star game ever again. I don't need it. I know the kids like it, so I'm good with it existing, but I just would prefer something else.
Greg points out the basketball tournament kind of already does this, right? TBT, the basketball tournament, that's Boeheim's Army, and
a lot of the UB guys got together, like the Oats teams, like Nick Perkins, Massenberg. Like I think those guys play in that still.
Yeah,
they've won it. I think,
and those are, I mean, they play, they play hard.
Yeah.
So anyway, 803-0550 to join us, and 1-888-552-550. I had one other thing I was going to mention there, and I forget what it was. Anyway.
About like creating tournaments and stuff like that, formats.
Yeah.
I'm liking a lot of the new stuff they just create on a whim. TGL.
Make it up.
Yeah, go ahead. All these guys creating golf tournaments. Tiger's got his tournament this week. It should get more different golf events. Like, give me an alternate shot event.
Speaking of golf, it's golf season. I mean, not here, but the Genesis is an elevated event, and Sunday evening, final round, let's go. I'm ready to watch. I am ready to sit there and watch my son yell, make a putt onto the television. Let's see if he still does that. He did that, like 2 years ago.
Yep.
But he loves to watch golf. I'm excited to put some golf on, get in the mood, then look outside and see that we live on a glacier. But, we're getting there.
Thank goodness for simulators, man.
We're getting there.
That they exist.
So I had an idea of a little game we could play.
Okay.
Because there was a clip that also went around yesterday. This is, again, like, because we're branching off into not quite niche stuff, but like different stuff. There's a soccer podcast that broached an idea, and we got a clip from this podcast. What's the name of the show, Josh? I don't even know the name of the show. I sent him the link, and I don't even know the name of the show. A couple of guys with accents talk about soccer in the U.S., but also football.
Is it the Men in Blazers podcast?
It's not that one.
Okay.
It's Bubs and something, or
all right,
Muggsy and Bugsy, or
Muggsy and Bugsy.
I'm sorry. I don't. It's.
I'd tell you, but there's an ad.
Okay, there's an ad. As soon as the ad's over, he's going to tell us what the name of the podcast is. But they're talking about Champions League and how the Dolphins owner is doing things that indicate he might want to bring a Champions League final to the U.S.
You have already working with relevant, there is some sort of partnership agreement in the U.S. So the thinking is, surely Mr. Ross is going to want to have the Champions League final in the U.S. because it suits him because of this. I think you're going 2 + 2 = 5. I don't think the Champions League final is moving to the U.S. for a very, very long time. Probably not in our lifetimes.
You know what? I give you the Champions League final. Give me the Super Bowl. In Paris, in London, I think the Super Bowl. Yeah, let's do that. You want the Champions League final? No problem. Give us the Super Bowl.
I'm going to go on the record now. We will have a Super Bowl in Europe before we have a Champions League final in the U.S.
Okay, so there you go.
1,000.
That's what they got to. Super Bowl will go to Europe before a Champions League final comes to the U.S. First question on a Super Bowl in Europe. Yeah. How mad would you be about it? Time zones become a thing. Isn't it more likely? I saw odds yesterday, live odds on the international city most likely to host a Super Bowl. Would you like to guess the favorite?
London.
No.
Paris.
No.
Are you asking because it's like an odd one?
It's not odd, but as soon as
it's not like Budapest.
Nope. As soon as I tell you the name, you will quickly arrive at why it's the favorite. International city, most likely, according to the betting odds, to host a Super Bowl first.
It's in Europe?
No.
Is it Riyadh?
No.
Like it's not Saudi Arabia?
It is not.
Because that, I feel like, is not unheard of either.
Dublin? No. Dublin's in Europe.
Oh, right.
Beijing?
No.
Toronto?
Melbourne. Not Toronto, but now you're getting warmer.
So it's in Canada?
No.
Mexico City?
Mexico City. Why is that the answer?
Because of time zones.
Yes, time zones.
You can keep the game at 6 o'clock if you want, Eastern time.
Yep. It's not hard to get all 4 time zones to line up and also have the event be at a reasonable time. Think about
how worried should they be about that, though? They own that day. If the Super Bowl's at 3:30 in the afternoon, they're not going to lose ratings, are they? Everyone's still doing Super Bowl parties.
3:30 in the afternoon on the East Coast?
Yeah.
So it's at 11:30 in the morning on the West Coast?
Oh, crap. I forgot
You don't want to do that.
Sometimes I forget the West Coast exists with
And now
like
if I
that.
put it as late as I possibly can, let's say it goes to 3:30 on the West Coast, 6:30 on the East. That's usually what it is,
right,
in that neighborhood. What time is that in London? 10:30 p.m.
10:30. Yeah.
Am I having? It's a little bit of a roadblock. That's why Mexico City was listed as the favorite. Toronto doesn't have a stadium for it. I'm not going to have it at Rogers. What's it called now? Scotiabank, whatever.
Scotiabank.
They don't have a
Place
stadium
or
for
whatever.
it. So that's
you're
why
right.
Mexico City, I think, is listed as the favorite. Which, I mean, when they have games there,
Estadio Azteca.
I believe so.
Yeah.
When they have games there, there's constant questions about the turf. It's not good enough,
yeah.
and it's also at altitude.
But this would be, it's a Super Bowl. It would be you're planning on this for months, right? Like the grass there versus like a regular season game where, remember the story there was that they moved the game in Mexico City a couple years ago because they had a concert there a couple days before, and that screwed everything up. Like if you're going to a Super Bowl there would have to be an agreement like no events at the stadium for 3 weeks before the game happens or something like that. Okay. I don't know though. I don't know that the benefit of having the Super Bowl in Mexico City is what we're still just growing the game internationally. Like, because to me, I always feel like that's kind of a cover for international games, the NFL being because they want it in different time slots, which they don't have to do for the Super Bowl.
Right.
Like they play in London because they want to own the 9:30 to 12 o'clock window on a Sunday morning.
Is that why they do it?
Yes, it's more TV ratings, it's more eyeballs. It's another window to just own.
You sell streaming rights.
You sell streaming, right? You sold it to Yahoo originally, and now who's got it?
So with that all in mind, what happens first? Champions League final in the U.S. or the Super Bowl in Europe?
I would say Champions League final in the U.S. Soccer is, I guess it is kind of the same, isn't it? Like they've been coming here for preseason stuff as long as the NFL's been going there,
right? But it's always preseason. It's not in-season stuff. It's exhibitions.
I would say here because I feel like just from a financial standpoint, you're gaining more by winning over the U.S. market for your league than the NFL would be by winning over Europe. Not to say Europe isn't adding monetary value to them, but it's a bigger marketplace.
Yeah.
I would see the Champions League chasing a bigger marketplace more. And actually, wouldn't the time zone stuff work better for them? Going this way than it would the other way?
It depends. I mean, the Champions League final is around the world. I mean, that's going...
Right.
I mean, it's a pretty big deal.
Oh, yeah, everywhere. Everywhere. So I would say here. I would say it's more likely the Champions League final would be played here than... I mean, I could see... I disagree. I think Super Bowl will be played in an international city in our lifetime.
I do, too.
I guess, though, I'm just more thinking about, like, it's just because the Saudi Arabians are going to spend $1 trillion to bring it there like they're doing with every other sport. All the big fights are there now.
Yeah.
Canelo Alvarez, he's a new fight deal. Where is it? Riyadh.
Right.
4 of them. Yep. This is where it happens.
All right, I got another one for you. Which happens first? So Champions League final U.S. or Super Bowl in Europe, which happens first? You say...
I think Champions League here happens first.
Which happens first? The NHL implements the 3-2-1 point system, which they are flirting with, or the NHL fully ditches the shootout. which I think they are also flirting with a 10-minute overtime period.
The latter. I think they'll get rid of the shootout first. I don't believe they're ever going to 3-2-1. I want them to, and I'm even love the idea that we can flirt with it because they're doing it here. I don't believe they'll ever fully do it. Ever.
Eliminating the shootout means that you do 3-on-3 until it ends. And if they're willing to go 10 minutes, and if you know there's no shootout coming, how many games would last 3-on-3 past 10 minutes?
None, right?
Right.
Few, very few.
Can you even imagine the idea, if you want to talk about, players and load management, can you imagine a 3-on-3 going scoreless for 20 minutes and going to double overtime? The players, half the players wouldn't even play, and the ones that did.
Well, eventually, maybe you would start putting guys out there that don't normally play.
Maybe,
would you?
But if you're going 20 minutes 3-on-3, then I promise you nobody skated hard in that period. That's the other thing. It might as well be a cool-down skate.
I mean, the goalies could just be incredible, couldn't they? To keep it going.
Well, that's the thing.
They'd have to be insane.
If you're gonna ditch the shootout, you need to have the 3-on-3 be endless. Because the NHL, I think, does not want to go back to ties. And I certainly do not want them to go back to ties.
Right.
I think a tie is a non-starter for the NHL.
Could you do the thing that's been proposed someone's had the idea of it where after 5 minutes you go down to 2-on-2 and then after another 5 minutes you go down to 1-on-1? Because then you're never... Not that you would even with 3-on-3, but 1-on-1, somebody is scoring.
You think.
Right?
All right.
Is there a sport, though, that has it where it's technically endless? Like the NFL, there is a tie eventually.
Right.
The NBA, I guess it is technically endless.
Baseball is endless.
So I guess really all of them are. College football is endless, right? Hypothetically.
Yes.
So I wouldn't have to be, wouldn't want to be scared of that, I guess. Go down to 2-on-2 and 1-on-1 if you're really afraid of it. Play 10 minutes of 3-on-3 and then start taking guys off the ice.
Yep.
And you know what? Maybe have a rule at the end. You know what? If you guys have gone 30 minutes without scoring, it's a tie. I'm going to get one of those every 5 years. It's a tie. Go ahead. Neither of you get the win. Or you're going to come back tomorrow and play again. I don't know.
Yeah. George tweets in that Stadium Azteca is being completely redone for the World Cup.
Well,
that's why
maybe they are getting a Super Bowl then.
Maybe that's why it's the betting favorite to get a Super Bowl.
Wait, so they're redoing it for the World Cup? Is anyone in Canada redoing a stadium for the World Cup? Because they also are going to be host cities.
They are.
Are they going to play at Rogers Center?
No, they're going to play at. They're not going to play at BMO Field. I mean, that's a big soccer stadium. That can.
I mean, it's
pretty big.
How many people? This is the soccer stadium in Toronto. How many does that hold?
45,000, 50,000,
30,000. They're expanding it to 40 for the World Cup.
40,000.
So they are actually putting work into it for the World Cup.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, you're not playing the Super Bowl there.
No.
So, I guess they don't really have a stadium anywhere. Is there one in Vancouver? That makes sense.
No. Not for
There's no mega stadium in Canada.
There is,
anywhere.
but not suitable for a Super Bowl. No.
They'll have to build one.
Yeah, why not?
Build it for a one-off event. Yeah.
All right, 803-0550. I got WWE highlights on SportsCenter. We're talking about the Champions League.
Wow,
in the
they
US.
really have got. This is slow season for ESPN. They're doing 4 nations in WWE. I'd get up this morning.
Hey, you gotta love it.
That's insane.
ESPN desperately needs a wide receiver to post something cryptic.
That's true.
Just quick.
They should be talking about James Cook. Or they'll be talking about the Combine in 2 weeks, won't they?
Yes. And man, the lift, the lift that they're gonna have to pull off to get Shedeur Sanders to be like a controversial top pick.
You heard Connor. Connor's like, I would never pick him that high, but he's gonna be gone by 7.
I already saw one prediction. I forget who it was, saying the thing that's gonna happen at the draft is you're gonna see Shedeur Sanders have the Aaron Rodgers happen to him. Where's he gonna go? Is it 1? Is it 3?
And he's gonna fall.
And he goes like second round.
Yeah, Brady Quinn fell. Manziel fell, right?
Yep. That he's going to be waiting in the green room, and the league is going to say,
okay,
not a high pick, man. We'll see. Somebody might do it. 803-0550. Maybe you take him in your February Fix fantasy draft. Mike Shope's going to be joining us next to talk about.
We'll talk about. We have an interesting quirk in our league.
Okay.
That maybe your league out there might want to consider for this year.
I'd like to have a draft. I'd do it soon.
Yeah?
I got into my fantasy wasteland. Nothing happens until April. I got to get roster sizes down in Dynasty.
You want to go come co-run this team tomorrow?
Co-run?
Yeah. Co-draft?
Have to buy a share of the team?
Sure. Selling a minority stake.
I buy
49% is the most I'll
I buy
go.
49% of your entry fee, and I'm entitled to 49% of the profits?
Yep.
I mean, listen, if you are offering...
I could use a college scouting department. I don't know about these rookies.
I'll cover the wide receivers.
Rookie receivers.
Oh, yeah, we'll be stacked.
Rookie receiver specialist.
We'll be so stacked. Be ready for that. All right, 803-0550 to join us here on WGR. Good morning, Jeremy and Joe on a Four Nations Friday. I don't have football Fridays.
Not anymore.
Sal asked a good question about James Cook real quickly, that you think he's hurting his case by going public with wanting $15 million a year. I don't. And he had a bunch of calls yesterday talking about that. Hey, maybe his brother's putting him up to it. I wouldn't think that either. I think Cook knows what he's doing and has a compelling case, and he has a brother that's been through it before him to kind of show him you kind of have to do what you got to do here. And if you go public, then you go public. But, I mean, are we thinking the Bills are less likely to sign him because of that? Because I don't.
I don't think their number changes.
No,
that they would do it at based on him posting on Instagram.
And if the big thing that players say is they let you be you, then that would apply here too. Go for it, man. Just don't, trying to embarrass us. Go ahead and ask for $15 million. 803-0550. Anyway, to the West Her Hotline, Mr. Mike Shope of the afternoon show is on with us to chat.
Because we have a fantasy draft
I was going to say,
on February 15th.
I'm checking the calendar here. A fantasy football draft in February, known as the February Fix.
One we've ever done. This league is into its 9th year. Nobody has ever dropped out, literally, and it's the latest one we've ever done.
Wow.
February 15th is the latest.
Is the latest the draft's ever been?
Yes.
So
we used to do these before the Bills got pretty. We would always do these the day before the Super Bowl, but then like Sal is in the league. Hey guys, I might have to go this year. I don't know. Maybe all of us would have gone. So it's just been safer to put it off a week.
So it's the February Fix League, and that's to what? Fix the
get your fix.
Get your fix for drafting
fix.
fantasy teams is pretty much the idea.
That's correct. Well, I mean, maybe the fix would apply better in like March or April, when you're more distant from last season. But that's what the Fs, right? February Fix.
Yep.
So
yeah, it couldn't be the March Fix. It wouldn't have the same hit to it. Is this year any weirder for you than others? Like I've got 3-4 players that I'm like, so I'm picking 13th in this thing, and like Bucky Irving, Brian Thomas Jr., like guys that are completely Jackson Smith and Jigba, feel like are all worthy of first-round picks, and I'm mentally just not thinking of them yet as like the number one player on a roster.
Yes, interesting. And we're 14 teams for the first time.
Right.
We expanded. So there'll be a couple of guys that get into our first round, even perhaps Ashton Genty, who has yet to play down in the NFL. What's different, I mean, I've drafted 15 or 20 teams so far for this year or for next year. And it's really like the opposite of last year, where the older running backs who killed it, like starting with Saquon Barkley, are getting much more respect. Derrick Henry, Josh Jacobs, even like Kamara and Connor, these guys that they beat the odds. I mean, they stayed on the field and had great years for their fantasy owners, whereas a lot of receivers kind of busted. You think about like Olave or Jalen Waddle, who were second-round picks last year and didn't get there for you at all. So depending on the format, this year is more respect for those running backs. I'm still avoiding them, mostly, I will tell you, because I still think the odds are bad. They're worse. That next year, a year older, guys like Henry and Barkley and Joe Mixon are going to be that productive. I got lucky in our Shopes and Dreams League because I had old running backs who I bet on the year before and kind of did nothing. And then last year, they sort of all lined up and had great seasons.
Joe and I both looked at each other. You sure did get real lucky in the League of Shopes and Dreams.
The roster.
Hey,
Juba Hubbard.
QB1, RB1, wide receiver 1, Neighbors, Mixon, Chuba Hubbard.
The Stars win.
Enough.
Yeah, it was not not an everybody eats philosophy, was it?
No, only you eat. One person eats. That's it.
That's right.
Alpha dogs.
Yeah.
I'm buying an Olamide Zacchaeus jersey for his performance in fantasy finals.
Yes. Mike, show up on the Worcester Hotline, some fantasy chatter here.
So this is 14 teams, and it's 2 quarterbacks.
Was there, forgive me, was there an RFP put out for proposals for expansion into this league? Because I'm looking through my papers here, guys. I didn't get an invitation. I'm just saying,
So last year, one of our original owners couldn't make it. He had a wedding. I feel like a wedding is a good enough excuse. There aren't many, but you have a wedding. Okay, so I filled it with another friend, and then there's been one close friend of ours who we all know that's been knocking on the door, banging on the door to be in this league like since year 2. So I called on him, but I appreciate your interest.
It is also, if you want a future proposal, it is the type of league where you could have an odd number because there are not matchups. One-on-one.
True.
Joe, the quarterback thing was a challenge, Joe. I mean,
Yes.
we are 14, and so what we're doing is you're drafting team QBs instead of players. So
because there's not going to be enough starting quarterbacks really for everybody to go around and have it be fair.
Right. So there'll be it'll be exactly 28 team quarterbacks that get picked. That will encompass the rookies, too. So you're not going to be drafting Cam Ward tomorrow. If you draft Cleveland quarterback, then you'll get him if they draft him.
Right.
Obviously.
And really, are there, what's the number? How many jobs right now, I mean, for our league, that actually helps this, that you're picking the team and not the individuals. Because if we were picking the individuals, again, maybe this is just recency bias and this isn't that different from the past, but how many teams right now do we just have no idea who their week 1 starter is? I mean, it's at least a few.
It's like 8, I think. It's a lot. That doesn't even include Indianapolis, who maybe there's a question there. But you're right. Guys like Aaron Rodgers and Cousins, they might be drafted in this thing normally, but now you don't have to really worry about it. The Browns and the Giants, who will probably draft one, I would think.
Yep. The Jets.
Titans, Raiders.
Steelers.
And a couple others. Steelers, that's right. A couple others.
Yeah. So basically, okay, so we take that risk out of it, and then what do you think of Ashton Jeanty without giving away your draft strategy? Because last year when would the first rookie running back have been picked in this league for us? Like last year wasn't the year for that.
Oh my,
super late.
Right. Only one running back was picked in the first 2 rounds of the NFL draft, and that was Jonathan Brooks off a torn ACL.
Right, and now he might miss the part of 2025. By the way,
that's right.
I remember the first year.
I'll say on Jeanty.
Yeah, go ahead.
I will say on Jeanty, in underdog drafts, which have been up and running for a couple of weeks, it's fun. He goes like 15, around like pick 15, right next to Christian McCaffrey.
Yeah.
So you have sort of an ideological choice to make in the early second round between a rookie and last year's consensus 101. One of the best fantasy players ever.
That's a great.
I feel like I
one-on-one.
would be bullish on Jeanty just because he's going to get drafted in the first round. He's going to get drafted. Like
He might get drafted probably top 10, right?
Right, and I feel like Bijan had to split time early on, but has still been pretty productive. And Gibbs splits time and it's been productive. Any team that takes him, like I can remember, Mike, the Najee Harris draft. People loved that because it's a running back in Pittsburgh, and he of course got volume too. I would expect Jeanty if he goes pretty high to be productive in his rookie season. His missed tackle rate is what, Joe, like 30% higher than anybody else in college football. Mm-hmm. He's an incredible player, and if he goes high, he's probably going to get fed.
Great point. You'd hope so. It's actually you're saying the right names. It's actually since Barkley, since a rookie in the first round went to a team and then just actually was their 3-down running back. I mean, Bijan wasn't, and Travis Etienne got hurt, and Gibbs wasn't. I mean, as good as Gibbs is, there was Montgomery. So, as a fantasy player, I'm like, can this just be sort of a normal one where he goes to like Dallas and he's on the field all the time? That's the 12th pick. I think that's at this point, it sounds like that's the latest he'll go.
The first pick I ever made in this league was Barkley in the first round as a rookie. And
that's the first pick I ever made in Chokes and Dreams as a rookie.
Was Barkley? Right now,
it was an auction, but yeah.
On Jeanty, Bovada has odds up on him. He is, so that's offshore, but minus 170 to go to the Cowboys. Who I think picked 12.
Well, it's sort of obvious, right? If you're drafting Jeanty, that's what you want, I think. It's Brian Schottenheimer.
Right.
That's what you want. I don't like a lot of other situations. Most situations in the league now, you'd expect a timeshare.
All right. Well, I'm excited. I'm very excited.
Have a review of the Four Nations?
I enjoyed it. It's a home run. I mean, I wondered going into it, if there would be the necessary motivation from the players and just what it would look like. But when you said this morning how Canada-Sweden was like the highest rated game in the States, that said a lot. Tkachuk, one of the Tkachuks, is calling tomorrow's game the biggest of his life.
Brady Tkachuk said that. Yeah.
Yeah, like it's a great watch. So good for hockey for once.
Absolutely.
And by the way, Joe, you guys were talking earlier, like, is the fact that they haven't run one of these for 9 years contributing 100%. I mean, the Tkachuks, it was said last night, have never been on a team together. This could have been like their fifth time, and we wouldn't care. So the absence of this kind of tournament does help it.
Yep. Nope. I think I agree. That makes the heart grow fonder on international hockey. I like it.
Thanks, Mike.
My pleasure. See you guys.
Yep.
All right.
See you tomorrow.
Mike Shope, you have a fantasy draft tomorrow. Location?
13th pick will be at Bright Smith Brewing. It'll be fun.
All right.
What am I going to do at 13? Would I pick Ashton Jeanty at 13 over like Christian
It's
McCaffrey?
a straight redraft, right? So you just
straight redraft.
Okay, so
just for this season, not knowing what team he's on. Like McCaffrey, again, most of you are going to have, almost all, you're going to have 7 months to figure this out. He is 30 and coming off 2 injuries, an Achilles tendonitis. Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know what to do with it. He actually got hurt in the Bills game, didn't he? Isn't that where he got the season-ending injury? He came back, and then I thought he got hurt against the Bills.
That sounds right.
And then never came back.
Extendo Sports coming up. We have another, I think, potentially cool sporting event with one NFL player and one Olympic star. They say they're going to do it. We'll tell you what that is next.
Sneaky Joe DiBiase here for Clinton Collision. If your car has taken a hit, be sure to trust the pros at Clinton Collision. Family-owned business. They have been serving Buffalo for over 70 years, and they've been earning trust by treating customers just like family. It could be a big dent you have on the side of your door, major repairs, of course, if you need it in the winter right now with how icy it's been. A lot of that's been happening. Be sure to trust the pros at Clinton Collision on Clinton Street in Buffalo. That's the team that I trust, and you should too. Book your free estimate. Call 716-823-2000 or visit ClintonCollision.com. Be sure to tell them that Sneaky Joe sent you to Clinton Collision.
All right, a couple things to catch up on as we talk about, I guess, fringe sporting events. Tyreek Hill and Noah Lyles say they will race.
Okay.
Noah Lyles is, of course, the fastest man in the world, right? Won the 100-meter dash. He's the one that tweeted, the thing that hurts me the most is that I have to watch the NBA Finals and they have a world champion on their head. World champion of what? The United States? And NBA players got mad at him for that. He was, of course, right. We say world champs for a league that's just a league in one.
They did not like that, though.
They got mad at him about that.
They got very mad at him.
He became like an enemy of the states because of that. Anyway, Tyreek Hill says he's going to race him. They both say they are eager to race. Hill says he represents the NFL and the great athletes of the NFL. Lyles says you could never do on the track what he can do. Of course, Hill wanted the race over 40 yards. Lyles says he wants to do it 100 meters. There's no distance over which Hill is likely to beat Lyles, but a race between the two would get plenty of attention. I would watch it.
He did almost lose to like a TikToker recently. I don't know how seriously he took it, but there was like a 100-meter thing. Him and, if you heard of Speed, I believe is his name.
If someone is on TikTok
YouTuber,
I know I've not heard of this person.
Okay,
if that's their claim to fame.
His name is Speed.
Oh no, I've heard of Speed, but not that person named Speed.
No, the person named Speed.
My question is: do either of you know about or remember? And those of you out there listening, the Fox special that was Man versus Beast?
Ooh. Maybe. I might.
In 2003, Man versus Beast happened. It was a show on Fox.
I slightly remember
this.
Very slightly.
Maybe if I tell you the events that were part of this, you may remember it.
Okay.
Kobayashi had a hot dog eating contest against a Kodiak bear.
Okay.
Let me know if you remember any of these.
That one I don't.
Josh, this was on television.
But that sounds amazing.
The only thing I remember Man versus Beast is like Michael Phelps when he raced a shark. And that was in like 2012.
that happened too.
I don't remember that one.
But that was like, it wasn't a real shark.
Well, no, but it was like a simulated, like, this is what a shark would do.
I think Man versus Beast was against real, it was real animals.
These really happened.
I think I remember something like involving a lion.
Okay, well, here you go. A U.S. Navy SEAL had a race through an obstacle course against a chimpanzee.
Okay.
A world-class sprinter had a 100-meter race against a giraffe and a zebra.
Okay, now maybe I've seen that. That sounds familiar. Against a giraffe.
Is this streaming anywhere? Can we rewatch this stuff?
Not Netflix. I feel like I've seen the giraffe one. Racing a giraffe? Did he win?
He beat the giraffe. He lost to the zebra.
Interesting.
A sumo wrestler had a tug of war against an orangutan.
Okay.
And a group of 44 dwarfs lost a race against an Asian elephant to see which could pull a McDonnell Douglas DC-10 jet the farthest. This was on Fox. This happened in 2003. At the Wikipedia page, I found out that they did a Fox, a Man vs. Beast 2, and that aired in 2004.
Yeah.
And there was also a 6-part series filmed for England, like a British version, that never got aired.
Okay.
We got to wrap. Man vs. Beast 2, I just got to know what the events were in Man vs. Beast 2.
I'm watching Kobayashi against the giant bear eating hot dogs. It's incredible. The bear is just wiping the floor with him. Not even close.
All right. That's it for us. We're back Monday. Go USA. Beat Canada. Right?
Yes.
All right.
Very excited.
We'll talk Monday.